All right, so we'll go ahead and call to order the regularly scheduled board meeting for Thursday, June 11th, 2020. We'll start off with a roll call. Vice President Pizzotti.
Here.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Here.
Trustee Wong.
Present.
I know you're there. Trustee Akala.
Here.
And I, too, am present. Announcements of items to be discussed in closed session. E1, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. E2, Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, Pending or Potential Litigation. Do we have any public comments regarding closed session items? I have not received any. Superintendent Luna?
Jackson, I have not received any for closed session.
Okay. Well, with that, then we will go ahead and we will move into closed session at this time. Thank you very much. For everyone else online, I know we do have quite a few folks who want to make public comments. If you are someone who emailed your public comment in and you would like to make your public comment on your own, please let Ms. Turn know, and then that way we can make sure we get you guys in the queue for tonight's meeting. Okay? And with that, we'll go into closed session. Thank you.
Hi, and I'm still on the line. I'm still on the call. I'll be here until they come back out of closed session. They should come probably around 6 p.m. If you'd like to leave a public comment, let me know and I'll put your name down in the order that it was received.
CSEA's here, Ruth.
Oh, hi. How are you?
You know, I'm all right. I'm going to mute myself now.
Okay, wait. Do you have a statement, or do you need me to do anything?
No, when they call CSA, I'll star 6.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is Mr. Buse on? Mr. Knapp on? Okay. Hello, if you're just joining us, this is the regular scheduled board meeting for the Washington Unified School District. If you'd like to leave a public comment, please let me know and I will put your name down in the order that it was received. If you are on mute, you'll have to press *6 to get off mute. Thank you.
Hi, Ruth.
Hi, this is Ruth.
Hey, Ruth, it's Christy McKinney.
Hi, Christy. I have you down. I have L1, M1, and M2.
Correct.
Okay, you don't have a general public comment just for those items, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so basically what we'll do is you'll have the normal 3 minutes. If you would like to read them, or you can defer to me and I can read them, it's up to you.
Okay.
And I'll be timing, and then as soon as I'll try to read as fast as I can. Should be no problem because they're broken into the different item numbers. And then, but if you would prefer, I'm happy to have you do it. And then when the timer goes off, I'll just say time. But the entire comment, the written email, will be included in the minutes. So they will be part of the record.
Okay, perfect. I know I'd like to read them myself if I can. I just wasn't sure how long the meeting was going to go, so I may not be able to hang on the whole time. That's why I've submitted them in advance as well.
Okay, yeah, you should be pretty good because those items are pretty early on. But if you have to go, when we call for the public comment, if you don't respond, then I'll just read them.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Ruth.
Hi.
Hey, do you have access to your email?
Oh, did you send me something? Hold on.
I'm gonna. That's why I'm asking you.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay, I have a question. That's why I'll email you.
Okay, email me.
Okay, bye.
Is Mr. Buse on the call? Mr. Buse, can you hear me? *6 if you're on mute, Mr. Buse.
Hello, my name is Erin Rivers, and I would just like to be scheduled to make a public comment.
Hi, did you say Erin?
Yes,
Okay, and can you spell your name for me, please?
Erryn.
Erryn?
Yes,
And your last name?
Rivers.
Rivers, okay. And is this just a general public comment or do you have a specific item number?
I believe it's just a general public comment.
Okay, and then just to let you know, I don't know if this is your first time, but you have 3 minutes. We'll call your name in the order that it was received. There's several people ahead of you. It's going to take a little bit to get to you, but we'll definitely get you on there, okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hello? Anybody there?
Hi,
Hello?
would you like to leave a public comment?
Yes, I would. My name is Janice Villanueva.
I'm sorry, there's a lot of feedback. Is it Candice?
Janice, Janice.
Janice, and then Villanueva?
Correct.
Okay, just so you know, Janice, is this for the public comment or do you have a specific item number on the agenda?
Well, I guess it's about the M1 distance learning.
Okay,
But
go ahead.
it's pretty much, it pretty much is like a mixed bag of different things. So I don't know if it should be public comment or M1.
Okay, I'll put it down as a public comment just because there may be other stuff outside of that item. Just to let you know, you have 3 minutes and stay on the line. There's going to be several public comments ahead of you because I go in the order that was received. So we'll get to you. It's just going to take a couple minutes, okay?
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if you can hit *6. That will mute your phone. And everybody on the call, please, if you can hit *6, that will help so we don't have any feedback. And then when you're ready to comment, we'll call your name and then just hit *6 to unmute yourself. Okay?
Thank you so much. I will do that right now.
Okay, thank you, Janice.
And this is Tiffany McFadden.
Hi, Tiffany.
Hello. I
I
just want to make sure you knew I was on.
Okay, great. I have you down for M1 and M2.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And just so you know, you have 3 minutes per comment.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, just to let you know if you've been muted, it's just because we don't want as much feedback on the call if possible. If you need to unmute, just press *6 and that will unmute your phone. And if you'd like to leave a public comment and you already have not given me your name, please do so and I will add you to the list for public comments. Also, if you have emailed me a public comment and you are on the call and you would like to leave the comment yourself and not have me read it, please let me know and I'll make sure that we call on you when it's your turn. Hello, I just wanted to let everyone know that this is the regularly scheduled board meeting for the Washington Unified School District. The board and superintendent will be out of closed sessions shortly. If you are here to make a public comment and I don't have your name, please let me know now. Just so everybody on the call understand, the public comment is for 3 minutes. I will be timing you and then just say time when we get to the 3-minute mark. Also, one final thing, if you would like to follow along with the presentations and visually see the presentations on Agenda Online, which can be found through our Washington Unified School District website under the board, you can click on the meeting for June 11th, 2020, and click on the agenda. All of the presentations are attached to each item, and you can follow along that way. If you have any questions, please let me know. *6 will unmute your phone If you're having a hard time unmuting, it's *6. Thank you.
Mm.
Hi. Hello.
Hello?
Hi. Would you like to leave a public comment?
I would not. I just want to listen.
Oh, okay. If you don't mind, I'm going to mute your phone. If you'd like to talk, you can always *6, okay? And that will unmute you.
Oh, the same *6 will unmute me?
Yes,
Or mute me?
exactly. Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone on the call that's just joining that has any questions? If you need to unmute your phone, please press *6.
Hello, this is Erin Rivers again. I
Hi.
I had asked to speak just generally, and I realized that was kind of silly because I'm actually discussing item L1.
Oh, okay. No problem, Erin. I'm going to move your name to L1.
Okay,
And do you have any other items or just L1?
just L1.
Okay, sounds good. Just so you know, that will be after the public comments. The chief business official will introduce the public hearing, and then they will allow for public comment after that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, does anyone have any questions? If you do, press *6. That will unmute yourself.
There's Kobe. As soon as I see everyone else, we'll go ahead and reconvene open session. All right, there we go. All right. I was just waiting. You guys were, everyone wasn't popping up, so I wasn't sure if everyone had got back yet. Okay, so we'll go ahead and reconvene open session. I'd like to thank everyone for being patient while we take an additional time. We'll go ahead and start off with roll call. Vice President Pizzati?
Here.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez?
Here.
Trustee Wong?
Present.
Trustee Akla? I know she's out there somewhere. And I am here, so we have enough for a quorum. I know Trustee Akla will be with us shortly. 8, announcement of actions taken in closed session. E1, Government Code Section 54957, and public discipline and public employee.
I'm here.
Norma. Information received. E2, Government Code Section 54956.9B2, pending or potential litigation. Information received. I, as the approval of tonight's agenda, do we have any changes to tonight's agenda?
President Jackson,
Yes.
this one to bring to the board's attention. There are revisions to both the certificated and classified consent agenda items for HR recommendations. You already have a copy of it, and the copy of changes will be uploaded to the agenda for the minutes.
Okay. And then I have one change to make. I would like to pull item N6 from the consent agenda into discussion. Are there any additional changes? No,
President
yes,
Jackson,
yes, ma'am.
perhaps if I may pull N2
Okay.
to make a comment.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was having trouble with my phone. N2 for me.
Okay. All right. Okay. So with the amendments to the HR recommendations, moving of N6 and N2 to discussion, are there any additional changes to tonight's agenda? With that, do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
So moved by Trustee Akla. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Trustee Wong. Again, since we're still virtual, everything is a roll call vote. Let's start with Trustee Akala.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzati.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. So tonight's agenda is approved with the noted changes. Okay. J, association reports. J1, WSTA report.
President Jackson,
Yes.
I have the report if Mr. Buse is not on the phone.
Okay. Please do. Mr. Buse, remember, folks, if you're going to be making a public comment tonight, or if you're waiting to, when it is your turn to speak, if you're on the phone, you need to make sure that you hit *6 to unmute your phone. And so that way we can hear you, so we can kind of keep things moving along. So with that, is Mr. Buse, are you on the line tonight? It appears as though Mr. Buse is not. So, Mr. Turner, if you would like to go ahead and read the WSTA report, please.
Okay, thank you, President Jackson. As many of you know, WSTA recently held an election in which my friend and colleague Doug Knepp was elected president of our association. He will be an excellent president, and his years of preparation will serve him well. I have enjoyed my years of service as vice president and most recently as president. I continue as a member and ardent supporter and ask that you remember this message. Safety, safety, safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, CSEA report. Is
Good.
Daniel, are you on the line tonight?
Yes, I'm here.
Fantastic. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Superintendent Luna, board, and cabinet. I would like to start by, being that this is the official end of the school year, I would like to thank all the classified staff for a good year, a challenging year on the last half of the year, but a good year. I would like to thank a couple of departments. I'd like to thank Superintendent Luna and her staff, Ruth. I'd like to thank HR, along with Christina, Maria, Alex, May, Eileen, and Grace, on working with CSEA and literally having an open door policy. It makes communication a lot easier and a lot easier to work on issues. So I'd like to thank them for that and to continue working collectively to solve issues. And last but not least, I would like to also thank Doug Knapp on becoming president of WSTA. And with that, you guys have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, public comments. Due to restrictions of social distancing and reducing the spread and risk of infection of the coronavirus, COVID-19, members of the public may address the board, one person at a time, for the allocated 3 minutes by calling into the meeting for which the meeting is being held. In addition, a member of the public may send an email to the president and secretary of the Board of Education to have the comment read for the record during the public comment portion of the meeting. Public comment sent via email must be received by 12 noon on the day of the meeting. Please send your comments, communications to myself and Superintendent Luna. Members of the public may address the board on topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda, although the board by law may not take action at this meeting. E.g. 3514535, the board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. Now, I know tonight we do have a number of different public comments, so we'll just go ahead and take those as they are. I know some have been emailed. If you emailed your public comment and you are on the line and you would like to make your comment, I'm sure you've probably already communicated that. And with that, remember, if you're going to be making a public comment, you need to press *6 on your phone to unmute your phone. Okay. And with that, Ruth, we'll go ahead and I'll turn it over to you because I know you're going to be reading some of the ones that we have received by phone or by email.
Thank you, President Jackson. Is Amy Alfieri on the phone? *6, Amy Alfieri, if you would like to read your own public comment. Okay, I will read it. I'll be timing. As soon as the timer goes off, I will just say time, but the entire public comment will be given for the minutes, so they will be shared next board meeting. This is from Amy Alfieri. Dear WUSD board members, I have read the CDPH and the CDE guidelines for schools released in the last several days. Let me start by saying that I support the recommendations of our public health authorities 100%. I will not be comfortable sending my children to school unless the public health guidelines are implemented and adhered to, including all teachers and staff wearing face masks. Most children are wearing face masks unless there is a special need or developmental reason that prevents them from doing so. There are adequate hand washing stations in or near classrooms. Class sizes are limited to reduce exposure to large groups. Social distancing guidelines are followed as much as possible. Basically, I would like to see the schools adhere as much as possible to the public health guidelines in the CDPH and CDE documents. I am open to different hybrid schedules proposed in the CDE document or 100% distance learning program provided that is a robust and well-structured, not the ad hoc distance programming we had in the spring. While I feel for the parents who want to send their children to school full-time as usual, these parents are not being realistic about what is necessary to protect the health and safety of the students and staff. There are many people out there who, quote unquote, don't believe in public health guidelines or think that the disease is not a big deal. Unfortunately, it has even become a political issue whether or not to wear a mask, even though widespread masking is supported by science as a way to protect our communities and reduce the spread of COVID-19. I have some ideas for Washington Unified School District. Normalize mask wearing for the children through a robust media campaign starting now. Create and release videos showing teachers wearing masks in a positive way. They could be waving or giving thumbs up. Please see this curbside video, pickup video released by the city of West Sacramento for inspiration. And it's a Facebook link that will be included in the minutes. Maximize the use of outdoor spaces for learning, social, emotional health, and physical education. I was walking by Stonegate this week and noticed the vast grassy area and the shaded areas on the blacktop. These areas could be used daily for outdoor instructional time. We know that COVID-19 is more easily transmitted in indoor, low air circulation environments. If we maximize our outdoor spaces, students can be safer. Being outdoors will also de-stress the students. Each student could bring their own mat or blanket, sit on it outside while listening to their teacher. My son's teacher did this last school year anyway, on occasion. See Mrs. Reeves for details. And that's the time. The next public comment is from Laura Jameson. Laura Jameson, are you on the phone? Press *6. Okay, I will read. Hello, Mr. Jackson and Miss Luna. Below is my comment. Oh, I apologize. This is for M1. We'll come back to Laura. Next public comment. The name is Wim Van Rooyen. Wim, are you on the phone? I will read. Dear Board of Trustees and Superintendent Luna, my name is Wim Van Rooyen, and I have a first grader at Stonegate Elementary in the fall of 2020. While I realize that there may be an impulse to be cautious and simply offer distance learning and/or a hybrid model, I caution the board to strongly consider offering a full-time in-person learning option to complement a distance learning option for two main reasons. Number one, distance learning is not without significant risk of its own. Children, especially younger children, need the socialization and structure of in-person learning. Although my daughter's kindergarten teacher did a tremendous job adjusting this spring, my daughter nonetheless became frustrated, distracted, and disinterested in school, completely atypical for her. We cannot underestimate the mental health risk for our young children from distance learning. While a distance learning option is appropriate for those children with higher risk or a parent who can stay home and actively participate, it should not be the only option. Number two, most single parents or households where both parents cannot help children with full-time or even part-time distance learning long-term. Employers expect us to be at work and flexibility is reducing as the economy opens up. If parents cannot work, they cannot afford essentials of living, including a home from which their children can distance learn. Additionally, children do not have access to an accessible public education through distance learning when there is no one to assist them with learning or they are left without adequate supervision or with an older sibling. While the primary function of school is not daycare, it functionally serves as such for many working families in the district. Moreover, even if a family can afford to obtain private daycare, any public health benefit would be eviscerated by the child interacting with a greater number of children students/teachers in the community. Therefore, I strongly urge a full-time in-person option with social distancing protocols. However, if a hybrid system must be adopted, the district must provide childcare options to fill gaps in the day/weeks, allowing parents to continue working full-time for the full week. These childcare options can preferably be provided by Champions YMCA or another provider on site, or less preferably off-site with transportation to the site. I thank the board and the superintendent, Luna, for addressing these serious concerns for their hard work in a difficult time. Next public comment is Forest Gardens on the phone. *6 to unmute. Forest Gardens. Okay, I'm going to read it now. Can everyone still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start reading right now. Hello, members of the board. I understand that Principal Belinda Rapp-Patterson is going to leave Riverbank. I believe I've spoken once or twice about how awesome she and Principal Kristen Rodriguez have been at Riverbank. In the last year, there are a lot of parents have seen a measurable difference in the teachers, staff, and children under their leadership. The positive changes are not only tangible, contagious, overarching, and subliminal, but integral to the community as a whole. Look, the school is because so many homes in our neighborhood struggle in a variety of ways that are unimaginable. We live paycheck to paycheck and are one step away from homelessness. We have the highest percentage of addiction, teen pregnancy, to drop out of high school, to never get to college, to die from violence, to overdose, to be victims of domestic violence, and have low-paying jobs. The list goes on and on. The only connection we all share is the school. I'm not sure if this burden is too much for her, and honestly, I don't blame her one bit. It is really a tall order, and she can't do it alone. And if she wanted to leave, I wouldn't blame her one bit. I'm thankful that they went to a two-principal model so the work was distributed evenly. That was genius. However, if this decision was an administrative call, I beg you, the board, to seriously reconsider the decision. Perhaps the decision is a blend of her mental needs and the district's too. I accept that too. But if it's not, and this is purely administrative, the repercussions will create a domino effect from the schools to homes to families and lives. Next public comment. Is Katie Rowe on the phone? Katie Rowe, *6, if you'd like.
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Hi, would you like to read your own public comment, or would you like me to, Katie?
Is it okay if I don't have it in front of me? Is it okay if I summarize?
Yes, and then I will make sure that your entire comment gets put in to the minutes.
Okay.
I'm going to start recording you now. I mean,
Okay.
timing, sorry.
Okay. Hi, my name's Katie Rowe. I have a daughter who is incoming first grade at Elkhorn Elementary School, which is not our home school. However, we chose it specifically and sought it out because it is a dual immersion program, which is a huge asset to our community. For those who aren't familiar with it, the children are taught solely in Spanish. Immersion programs are unique, and the goal is to fully immerse the students in all aspects from grammar, English, math, so that they learn the language fluently. The ages of 5 to 6 are a critical learning period. We are an English-only speaking household. Our kindergarten teacher did an amazing job with video learning, but it is impossible for a child to pick up the language with 45 minutes of exposure to a language per day. Quite different than the full immersion she is experiencing in the classroom. I'm concerned that if distance learning were to continue for the immersion program next year, that will completely defeat the purpose of us having put her in an immersion program. I'm concerned that it will lead her to fall further behind, which I'm already seeing this summer. We're doing some catch up. And I'm very concerned that what is right now a successful program won't be. If the dual immersion program does not go back to in-classroom. Expressed to the principal, who's been very receptive, that what we need also is opportunities for the children to converse in Spanish. Right now, with distance learning, they only get to hear the language. They do not get to speak it. So I urge the board to consider unique programs such as the dual immersion program at Elkhorn, which are an asset to our community when looking at the plans for reopening in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. The next comment is from Laura or Greg Federico. *6 if you'd like to read your own comment. Okay, I will read it. Oh, I'm just going to mute you. Sorry. If you'd like to unmute, please press *6. I will start reading the comment now. Preston, I know you have a board meeting tonight. I'd like to provide you thoughts from our family regarding the return to school plan for the 2021 school year. I hope you will share this with the other board members. This past year, we had 3 children, TK, 5th, 8th, and Southport, and 2 of the 3 are scheduled to return to Washington Unified School District in the fall. In addition, our family has been strong supporters of WUSD for the last 9 years. We are extremely concerned about the upcoming year and the lack of communication regarding a concrete plan to reopen our schools. With our children planning to enter very critical years, kinder and 6th, we want to know that staying with WUSD would offer our children the highest level of quality education. We understand you have a lot to consider with regard to a reopening plan, especially after 65 pages of state guidelines were released. We as a family have a lot to consider. Like many students in the district, myself and my husband are both employed full-time. While we are currently working from home, our jobs do not allow much flexibility to homeschool or facilitate an adequate distance learning plan. It is our strong belief that our children need to return to school full-time 5 days a week in August. After reviewing the guidelines and talking to and reviewing the plans of several private schools in the area, we feel that with a good plan, returning to school full-time can be possible for our students. While I understand not all families will make that choice, an option for 100% distance learning could be provided by WUSD or contracted through a proven third-party provider, K.12, who has a proven track record for distance learning. We do not believe a hybrid offering would offer the safest or highest quality education for our students for 2 important reasons. Number 1, academic performance. If students are not in school full-time, it has been proven by many organizations, ed.gov, Economic Policy Institute, that their academic performance is significantly impacted in a negative way. If students are in school 3 days a week, they are missing 2 days per week. This would be considered chronic absenteeism. Missed school has also been shown by an Economic Policy Institute to negatively impact ELLs, minority groups, and low-income. Even if there are quote-unquote distance learning options on the days out of school, with many parents working, there's a very low likelihood that these days would be educationally impactful. Take our family, for example. If our kinder student was out of school for 2 days per week, he could have to go somewhere on the days off, or we would have to hire a nanny to provide childcare, which can cost more than $20,000 per year. If he goes to another school or in-home daycare, it is unlikely his curriculum would be continued. Then when he returns to school, the teacher would have to review and start over again. It is possible that many of his peers may not be able to afford a private school setting or nanny care on their days off time. And the rest of the comment will be in a minute. The next comment is from Eric Klotzer or Christy Travis Klotzer. If you're on the call, press *6. Okay, I will read it. Mr. Jackson, good afternoon. I am the mom of 2 students at Bridgeway Island. My soon-to-be 4th grader is a type 1 diabetic, and I have some real concerns with school opening this fall, how it will put him and other high-risk students, teachers, and staff at risk. As much as I would love for school to start, I think at this point, with no vaccine or treatment, and with the cases again on the rise, it would not be in the best interest of students and staff to have the school open. I do not see how it can be done safely. Recently in Korea, the schools were open for 3 days before having to shut down, and shift once again to a distance learning format. If safety and the well-being of all the staff and students is the goal, then the only way to ensure that is through distance learning. We have high-risk staff and students at Bridgeway, and they need to be considered when making this tough decision. The fact is that parents send kids to school sick all the time. I have seen it. I do not have faith that parents will do the right thing. I have been in class where a student vomited in the class on a Tuesday afternoon. Then the parent tried to send the child back to the class the next morning. What was even more concerning was the teacher sent the student to the office to be sent home, and the office staff sent her back to the class. This happened 3 times before the parent was called and reluctantly picked up the child. Also, this virus is the most contagious 3 days prior to showing any symptoms. People could be unknowingly contagious. Please consider the most vulnerable population when you make the plan for next year. Another thing to consider is the age of our substitute teacher population. They, for the most part, are over the age of 65, also high risk. Last year, a substitute teacher at Sacramento School died after their fight to COVID and was on campus contagious, exposing a whole school. Again, thank you for your time, and I know there are tough decisions ahead. The next public comment is from Sally Manjuin. Sally Manjuin, if you're on the line, just press *6. Okay, I will read it. Dear Preston, I am a resident of West Sacramento and longtime education advocate. I respect and support the health and safety precautions in place for Yolo County residents, but I'd like to ask you if you might be willing to meet up to discuss my experience applying for employment in WUSD. I thought Lanise's might be good to maintain social distancing and also give me another reason to support local business. To be clear, I understand fully the scope of responsibility and agency of the school board and have no plans to ask for anything other than the opportunity to offer food for thought that may help you represent the interests of the students in West Sacramento. The next comment is from Erica Medina. Erica, are you on the line? *6 if you want to unmute. Okay, I'll read. I am not in agreement with, nor do I believe in the CDC guidelines. These kids need to be back in school full time. No masks required. Only more hand washing and no punishment for truancy due to missed days. Schools, sports, clubs, band, and everything. Bring it all back for those of us that want it. For the scared people, let them stay home during homeschool and doing homeschool on their own, since they obviously don't have childcare issues. Nothing will be learned through social distance education because the kids will be home alone all day while parents work. The next public comment is from Steve Silman. Steve Silman, if you're on the call, just press *6. Okay, I'll read it. My name is Steve Silman, and on behalf of my wife, Christina Silman, and myself, we have a question about the upcoming fall school year. My wife is a nurse practitioner at Sutter Downtown full-time, and I'm a supervisor in pathology at Kaiser South Sacramento full-time. Our jobs require us to be at the hospital Monday through Friday and from 8 to 5. When we took 2 surveys, particularly the second survey, we noticed that there was not an option for 100% in-classroom learning. My wife and I will require that option as we cannot do distance learning for our only child for 5th grade at Stonegate. Our question for the school board is, what are the plans for people like my wife and I who have to have our child in a classroom 100% of the time? Maybe prioritize those parents that have no distance learning choice to be in the classroom 100%, and those who can stay home, stay home. I appreciate your work on this stressful time. I appreciate your help on this matter as well. Thank you. Okay, and the last general public comment is from Kimberly Petts. Kimberly, if you're on the line, you can press *6. Okay, I'll read it. My name is Kimberly Petz, and I am the parent of two ninth graders set to start River City in the fall. My son plays baseball, soccer, and plays trumpet in the band, and my daughter is interested in clubs that meet after school. Sports and the arts and clubs are often the only reason many kids make it through their tumultuous high school years. Now, more than ever, we need these activities for our children. We cannot have a conversation about returning to school without a plan for these activities. Returning without them will further damage their mental health. Please include sports and the arts and extracurriculars in the return to campus plan. And just so you know, the rest of the comments, President Jackson, are specific to item numbers.
Okay, fantastic.
President
Thank you for that. Yes,
President
ma'am.
Jackson, this is
Yes.
Trustee Paula. I forwarded an email from Jeanette O'Lee, a parent, I believe, at Bridgeway, to your text.
Oh, yep, you
It
sure
didn't
did.
come. Yes. Could you read that? It was
Yes.
sent, I believe, for the whole board.
Yeah, I will. Yes, thank you for reminding me of that. I will read that right now. Okay, so this is the one you sent me earlier today. Yeah. Okay.
That's correct.
Yes. Hi, Norma. I know you have a board meeting tonight, and I have seen all kinds of comments online. I've completed the survey, but I wanted to PM you so that you know my thoughts. I've emailed the Bridgeway Island principal, Dr. Pafico, as well. We're a high-risk family attending an impacted school. Twins will start seventh grade this coming school year. Some kind of considerations should be taken for high-risk families. WUSD should consider keeping multiples together, which would minimize COVID-19 classroom exposure. Mirrored schedule as much as possible. I am for smaller classes and a combo of virtual and in some classes in some in-classroom days. PE and band are too difficult to do as distant learning. The boys had no issue with ELA, history, math, and science this last term during distance learning. If not, we will have to look at other options that can accommodate this type of schedule during COVID-19. Every family is a unique situation, which I completely understand. Thanks for your time, Jeanette. Okay. Thank you for reminding me about that one, Trustee Alcala. I appreciate that. Okay. That we will move on to L, public hearing. L1, presentation of the 2021 Washington Unified School District budget. Mr. Chris Benitez.
Good evening.
1 second while I pull up. I'm pulling it up right now.
Thanks, Ruth. Good evening, trustees and colleagues and Superintendent Luna and community members. So this evening we have the public hearing for the 2021 Washington Unified School District budget. Typically on this evening, we would also have the hearing on the LCAP as required by law. However, I'd like to remind the board and the public that because of the emergency declaration, the LCAP will continue for 1 year with an update in December. There will be a brief update at the June 25th meeting, but there will be no hearing or adoption of a new LCAP this year. That is a anticipated one-time change. I did want to, it's still loading. So I did want to make sure that everybody is able to access the presentation this evening. Again, for this presentation, I will be presenting by, when I'm looking at my screen, you'll see my face, but I will not be able to see you. So I will pause every couple of slides, trustees, in the event that you had some questions, or if you'd like to verbally indicate, that would be helpful because I'm looking at the presentation and I'm not able to see your faces. Great, so it looks like it's up. Thank you, Ruth. So we are looking at the 2021 school year budget adoption, and this is the hearing for the budget, also fiscal year 21, of course. And it's been a very interesting financial year that matches a very interesting and very complicated and difficult year with the pandemic and things that have resulted from the pandemic, as well as some social issues that are significant. The most significant factors in the budget development so far this year, because it is an ongoing and developing situation. So in revenues, money coming into the district, student enrollment, we are unable at this time to adequately or accurately predict student enrollment. We have continued with the trend analysis that we created prior to the pandemic. However, there is a concern that we all need to remain cognizant of, and that is that there's about 5% of the school population that we have not been in consistent contact with. And that 5%, we are assuming in our projections that 5% will be back in school with us come August. However, until people show up and we do counts on that first 3 weeks of school, we actually can't quite tell what our enrollment trend is doing. Now, the government during the emergency crisis has suspended ADA requirements, meaning that they are keeping our same ADA, which is a little bit above 96% from pre-crisis times, but they are not holding us harmless from enrollment. And so that means that we still need to be very cognizant of the number of students that show up at the beginning of the school year. Also that as I mentioned before, the fiscal crisis this year has followed the pandemic. The crisis, the drop in the economy, both internationally, nationally, and in California. We had a special board meeting on May 21st to discuss just how significant that was. Since that meeting, we have definitely fallen by a full 25 percentage points in state governmental revenues, which is of course what public school revenues are based on. So we are looking and having a hearing this evening about the assumptions that the governor gave us on May 19th. It seems like an awfully long time ago. It's only been about 3 weeks. And the reason that I'm going to state that, and you'll hear it several times this evening, is the latest news right before the meeting was that the legislature has not reached agreement with the governor, and that they are going to, at this time, go ahead and adopt a counter proposal, which means that all of this is very likely to change between now and a 45-day revise in August. There are a lot of unknowns, that means. Not just in the budget, but next year in the format of public education. We just heard a large number of public comments. There will be presentations this evening and going in throughout the summer about the format that public education will take in the coming year. And of course, each one of those different ideas has a significantly different budget impact. And so without knowing exactly what to predict for budget projection, as far as the format that education is going to take, and that's not just in Washington, that's statewide and in many cases nationwide. It's very difficult to predict financially how we support that format going forward. And so there's so many variables there at this time, so many options being discussed throughout the state and throughout the nation, and also options in Washington Unified, that the budget that you're getting tonight is based on the May revise, as well as school being conducted in the manner that it typically has been in the past, because that's the only model that we have until we start locking in the variables of exactly what we're going to do. So the revenue drivers, moving on to slide 3, we are using the current projections, which means that we were looking at a slight decline in enrollment for next year. We are keeping ADA, average daily attendance, stable at approximately 96%. It's actually a little bit higher than that, and we are being held harmless for that with the current crisis. However, as discussed in the May 21st board meeting about the governor's May revise, revenues are being projected down by 10%. And then, of course, our supplemental concentration dollars, those monies that we receive for our homeless foster youth ELL learners, as well as our low socioeconomic students, is being reduced accordingly. This means that there is a projected loss in revenue in this coming year to Washington Unified of $6.9 million in the coming year. That's a full $1 million more than our May 21st meeting, which was our in-house projections So the government projections are actually even more than the 5.9 that we were projecting on May 21st. It is now projected at a $6.9 million loss. So on slide 4, that slide just illustrates that the LCFF projection would be down to $57 million in LCFF base funding, down from $63 million that we anticipated. And our supplemental concentration funding is projected to go down from approximately $11.2 million down to $11.2 million, which is down from the projected of almost 12.4. Of course, a difference of $1.2 million. Those sources, together with other local sources, mean that our total budget next year is about $83.9 million. And I have included in that slide the amounts that make up the LCFF formula as far as per grade level, including grade level adjustment. And I'm going to pause briefly after slide 5, which shows, slide 5, which shows that almost $84 million and the sources of those revenues coming into the district. So I'll pause there for a moment and switch back to being able to see the feed and ask if there are any immediate questions about revenues going into the 2021 school year. Okay. So moving on to expenses, our projected expenses for next year. Of course, our driven costs are continuing to go up as they do fairly steadily every year. And our special education contribution, which is a contribution from the general fund, is going up this current year. We're projecting it at $7.7 million. Just to give you some perspective, that's up a full $1 million from the 18-19 school year. So that gives you the approximate rate of expansion. Other contributions, because of the modifications that we made 2 years ago to the budget, have largely been eliminated. So really the significant contribution from the general fund, other than our debt service, which runs between $800,000 and $1.5 million a year on average, is special education at $7.7 million. What have we done since hearing the May revise to mitigate this negative impact on the budget? We discussed during the May 21st meeting that we would be implementing Tier 1 reductions, which are operational reductions. They're not painless, but they can be brought back at a future date if we desire to do so. And there were a lot of temporary reductions. For example, the reduction of overtime hours or the reduction of professional development unless it's specifically taken from restricted resources, or less travel, fewer conferences and travel and reimbursements until the financial crisis passes. We have also captured in tonight's budget presentation Tier 2, which we discussed on the 21st of May, but we had not yet analyzed. And so we have captured in this budget Tier 2, which is the elimination of non-essential vacant positions, which we defined in that presentation as positions that we didn't have to fill, either from declining enrollment. In other words, we've lost enough students at a site that we didn't need to fill a vacancy, or potentially a position that somebody was retiring from or left the district for another opportunity, and we had enough staff in that area to continue the work without filling the position. So tonight's budget includes both Tier 1 and Tier 2 budget mitigation. Slide 8 just reviews the Tier 1 mitigation, the operational savings that we talked about on May 21st. And slide 9 talks about the elimination of those classified and certificated positions which are vacant, and the same rationale that I was just discussing. Slide 10 shows that after we make those changes, what are the expenditures in general that we make as a district, and what is the percentage that those expenditures make of our total expense budget in the district. This is actually a really interesting slide because all of our reductions at this time are really not in personnel. So I do want to point out something significant on this slide. You'll notice that our anticipated expenditures, salaries and benefits, went up to 81%. Because the reductions we've been making are not in the category largely of salaries and benefits, that's a 3% increase from last year. Because we are reducing other expenses, which means then that salaries and benefits will take up a greater percentage of our expenditures. So I'm going to pause briefly there and switch back to the camera again and see if there's anything that folks needed me to clarify before moving on. Okay.
So that 80%, almost 81% for salaries and benefits, is that's pretty much on par, I would imagine, for pretty much all districts where that huge of a chunk is spent on salary and benefits?
It is starting to get on the higher side. We used to run about 78%, which is average. And because we're trimming everywhere except that category, you're seeing that category expand, not because we're adding staff, but because it's a larger portion of a smaller budget.
Right. Okay.
Is it outside of the ballpark? No, but it's now starting to creep towards the higher side.
Right. Because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think a lot of our surrounding districts are probably around that same 80, maybe 82, 83%, somewhere around there.
Yeah, 83 would be creeping up to the very high side. Yep.
Okay.
President Jackson, can I make a comment?
Yes, please do.
And I'm glad you asked that question about salary and benefits. So thank you for that. I also just wanted to, since it was on the slide about Tier 1 outdoor education, I know right now the CDC guidelines also say not to have outside field trips, but I just want to reiterate that as those guidelines change, I know if we add back in expenses, we need to cut somewhere else, but that as you said, that's something that can be revisited as we go and correct as we go into the school year if they open up. And
yes, anything can always be revisited, but I would caution very clearly that revisiting means cutting from that salaries and benefits category. So that means at that point, that means people. So we have avoided that at this point. It's as lean as we can get it without starting to cut into positions.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
President Jackson, I just have a comment or a question just for transparency for the public.
Go right ahead.
Okay. So, Chris, thank you for this. Just, we know that the legislature is in the middle of negotiations and a number of things could factor into that. So, just wanting to kind of talk to the public and the board about what those changes may be, and how that would factor future 45-day revises that we do every single year.
I just lost my last 20 hairs on my head. Listen, folks, we have seriously, and I forgot to check whether Kylie was on the phone. I know she's there with me to answer any some of the detailed SACS questions that I've been going over with her. But this has been changing so rapidly that you are absolutely correct. As I said, as I started, that the news this evening is that the Senate and the legislature are going to pass potentially a budget bill without the governor's agreement. That hasn't happened in many, many years. So we really would struggle, any of us, and there's some big knowledge in the room right now because a lot of you work on these issues or work in the government or with the government. Any of us would struggle to really predict what's the compromise going to be. So right now, the word is that the legislature is passing something to give themselves room to get a compromise, but yet not have their pay delayed because they're coming up against that June 15th deadline. And the proposal that's been put out is less about reducing the revenues, which is what the governor's proposal was, but rather leaving revenues on, at least on paper, the same, but then not giving us the cash that we need to run the district. And I don't know if that's better or worse. And I certainly, as you all know, I'm very careful not to opine personally one way or the other. But that would be an extremely difficult situation for the district as well, especially if 1,000 districts are out there trying to borrow money because they're not getting cash from the state. So it's going to be a really interesting several weeks, and I will certainly be working with Kylie and the budget department to be chasing every change every time that we get it and make sure that we have it updated.
So, but also on process, we know that can't be done before needing to adopt a budget at this cycle. I guess every single year, Chris, so it's not a new one.
It's not a new one.
Transparency in public is important.
So the difference, I think, this year, Trustee Wong, is you're right. So we adopt a budget before typically we're aware of what the final budget is for the state. However, we typically get very minor revisions, which typically aren't material enough to require a 45-day revise. So in the past, oh goodness, 7 years, I've had to do one because the changes aren't so significant that we have to completely redo the budget. The changes that are being proposed here mean, quite frankly, an entirely different budget at the 45-day revise. And here's a factoid for everybody that everybody's going to have to remember. We are still having a hearing tonight, and we'll be adopting a budget on the 25th that Trustee Wong is absolutely correct. Will have to be adopted before we actually know what the state budget is. But that will still be the state, or that will still be the adopted budget of record. So as we go into first interim and second interim, 45-day revise, you'll see an adopted budget that might be radically, if not totally different from each revision. And so it's going to make that very confusing, and we're going to have to constantly remind people that that's because we had to adopt a budget before the state adopted a budget.
Yeah. I think it's just a good annual reminder, because I do ask every single year.
Yes.
Just so it's nothing nefarious per se.
No.
The other question I have is what I noticed, and maybe it's in the level of detail, since we have so many comments about reopening, did we budget? I'm assuming no, because we're still trying to develop the plans, PPEs and everything else, facilities, all the extras that we would need to take account for opening up in the fall with all the extra precautions?
No.
Okay, again, just for transparency for those who are on the phone, that's in addition to that, we don't have any budget because we're still in the process of developing a plan and need to pay for certain modifications.
Correct. So this budget, the assumption is that it's based on not only just the May revise, but it's based on the cost that we typically incur for a regular school year. That's correct. Any other questions before I move on?
No more questions. Sorry, I realized that my video's not off, so, but not.
So
Oh, sorry.
I guess for me, my concern is it kind of, so basically we're being asked to adopt a budget and yet a very precarious budget where we really don't know what it's going to look like when things are said and done. So
yes,
right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you and Trustee Wong are and Trustee Kirby Gonzalez are all reminding the public, and it's good to do so. We are adopting something based on a May 19th budget prediction, which has been debated fiercely in the public realm and counter proposals put out there. It will change. Something will be adopted that doesn't match any of those things on the 15th. And then something will be adopted prior to the end of the month that matches neither of those things. And then we will then have to take that information and figure out the additional costs of modifying what school looks like this coming year, which gives another set of variables. So there's so many variables with that we're giving you at this point our best guess, which is the information that we are sure of right now, which is the May revise, which is what we have to base it on, and then the assumption that school will resume in somewhat of a normal format, somewhat being the key term.
So what are the ramifications of that though? Just so say, for example, we adopt the budget that we end up adopting in a couple weeks, then all of a sudden what the legislature is banking on, my understanding is that we're going to get this additional monies from the Fed. If that doesn't come through, what are the ramifications for us for our schools if we adopt a budget with those considerations?
Well, so the governors may revise also had that same clause in it. It was based on a federal bailout, if you will, of the state, so that the cuts didn't have to be as severe, but it was still a significant reduction, which is what we're looking at tonight. The legislature's version that was led by the Senate is that no cut, and that when we don't get the money from the federal government, that they just will pass on the lack of cash to the school. So on paper, they can say to their constituents that they did not cut public education, but then we don't actually have the money to pay our bills. Like I was saying before, which one of those is worse? That's unprecedented. I really can't. They both keep me up.
So then, are we banking then? So basically, then we need to make sure that we have money or cash on hand, probably via our reserves, I would imagine, to be able to keep the district afloat for the time until they get their act together, more or less.
We have been, as I told you at the 21st, and you'll see tonight, we have been pushing hard to get as much cash on hand as possible. It still will not be enough in either scenario. But we're actually, I mean, to make the best out of a bad situation, we're actually in better shape than a lot of our neighbors. But we are pushing hard to get as much cash on hand as possible.
Okay, Vice President Pizzotti, go ahead.
Thank you. So effectively, the message from the legislature is bank on the governor's May revise version. Cut that much and save or do as much, saving and trimming the fat as possible, because their version is an empty version, so to speak, because it's based on triggers, right? So is the governor's version. It's based on triggers that could potentially help reduce some of the pain, but regardless, the pain will be there one way or the other. Just the legislature's version is saying we're waiting till September to figure out whether or not these cuts will actually be enacted, or the reduction of funds will actually be enacted. Correct. So they're putting it into, say, like a trust account. We're holding this here just because we know that it's not likely going to come through fruition. We need to save it for the general fund. So I get it. There is just no good news. So the timing of this, I've heard from a number of sources now in the legislature that the governor and the legislature are about 3.4, 3.5 billion apart on a deal. And that deal is in state employee compensation. And they're basically waiting for the bargaining units to come together and make an arrangement with the governor on either furloughs or, well, probably a combination of furloughs and a deferral of raises for about 2 years, likely. So that's the way they're looking at it. The total amount for state employee compensation is about 13% in terms of savings is what they're asking for. That's what I got.
So for K-12, and that was very public, and it seemed like a call to action to you, Vice President Pizzotti, and others who are negotiating with the state and their contracts right now.
Yep.
I mean, I'm wondering, I don't know where their head is on K-12 funding. So, that was an interesting kind of call out from the legislature for folks like your union. But I think it's a really precarious situation that we are in right now, with having to propose cuts that may or may not happen in the fashion and for which we adopt them this month, at the end of this month, without also extra money for planning for next year to ensure that there's safe return to school by all of our students, regardless of whether or not we go 50%, 100% mixed delivery. It's just, that's the most nerve-wracking piece of this. We don't have any extras to provide people peace of mind in a real substantial way.
Okay, so I'm gonna be moving on from slide 12, which is what you have available in the agenda this evening. So you have the presentation that I'm reviewing with you right now, which I always refer to as the executive summary. It's all the high points of what we need to keep in mind. You have the state required forms, which are called SACs, which includes a review of all the funds in the district, as well as all of the calculations of our revenues and expenses. You also have the multi-year projection in your packet, which is, as I always remind everybody, the most important single slide to pay attention to, which means that it will look at the adopted budget year plus 2 projected years, and it also includes the current year where we're projected at this point to end up through the end of the year. Moving on to slide 13, we were just discussing reserve levels. And of course, we close out this fiscal year by September of 2020. And the good news is that we continue to build on our reserves by sweeping unused budget portions in the district. And currently, we look to be at reserves of 15.3 million by the time we actually close the books, which is up to 16.7%. Which is now on average with the rest of K-12 unified districts of our size in the state. So we'd always run a little bit low in reserves in comparison. We are now directly on par, and that also brings us up to the recommended levels of reserves for a district our size. And that's going to serve us well in going into difficult fiscal times when we need that cash, because we're not going to have to borrow as much or as soon as we might have to otherwise if we didn't have those reserves. The multi-year projections this year are based again on the May revise assumptions published by the governor on May 19th. The projected enrollment and ADA. It assumes that the unduplicated pupil percentage stays at about 67%. It's with current contracts being settled for the coming year. Step and column, which means average salary increases are going up about 2% again. The published CalPERS and CalSTRS rates, as well as our healthcare contributions from both our active and retired employees. And that brings us to the key slide, which is of course always the multi-year projection. And so you can see that in the first column, 1920, our ending fund balance is projected to be at that 15.3 million, a healthy reserve for an ending fund balance, getting out of this year of having a balanced budget, which has stood or will stand the district in good stead. Going into the 2021 school year, and remember this is with all the reductions that we've been able to capture, notice that our revenues for 2021 are going to go down by that $7.9 million. And even with all the reductions we've been able to capture, our deficit spending next year will be at 2.5 million, and that's inclusive of all the tier 1 and tier 2 reductions. Our beginning fund balance is that 15.3 million, and then we subtract the anticipated deficit, which will bring us down to about 12.8 million at the end of next year. Now, there is a cash deferral scheduled for next year that you don't see in this chart, and that is a full 27% of our revenues, according to the May revise, will be deferred next April, May, and June, and we are assuming that's going to be deferred to the following year. What is the total cash value of that deferral? It's about $21 million. So you can see that our ending fund balance will be about $12.9 million, And indeed, if we get that full deferral of $21 million, we are going to run $9 million short of being able to pay our bills. That's just in the first year. Okay.
Hey, Chris,
yes.
real quickly, I'm looking at the expenses between 2021 and 21-22, and it goes up $2 million. Yep. Can you explain for us and the public what that actually is?
Yeah, it's mostly driven costs. So the interesting thing about 21, 22, and 22, 23 is all we're doing in those years for increased expenses are driven costs. So that's the increases in PERS and STIRS, step and column. It's all of the typical things that we average into the increase every year. It's slight increases, usually between 1 and 2% in utility costs, contract costs. They just go up a little bit every year, somewhat predictably, and then we always adjust them to what the real rate is after we begin the year.
Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. So you can see that in 21-22, our revenues fall by an additional almost $1.5 million in the 21-22 budget. And expenses, as Trustee Pizzotti just pointed out, go up slightly, which means in 21-22, we would have a $6 million deficit. I kept that beginning fund balance of $12.8 million, even though I just pointed out that we'd be $9 million short, not because we don't have fund balance, but because we wouldn't be receiving the cash. I assumed that we would receive the cash in 21-22 so that we could pay our bills. And then at the end of that year, assuming that we received that cash, and another big assumption that there were no further deferrals, that we would still be solvent at the end of the 21-22 school year. So those are some pretty big assumptions, but that's the only accurate data I have to look at this point. But that means at the end of 21-22, we are down to just above our local and statutory reserves of 6%. Which means that going into 22-23, again, with no deferrals assumed in this scenario, we would actually go into receivership in 22-23, which means that we would no longer be able to meet our financial obligations.
Chris, can you repeat that again for people to understand what that means? Because going through CSBA, we are required legally to have a balanced budget for X amount of years and explain what happens during receivership.
Sure. So we are required, and one of the key portions of my job, of course, is to try to guide us in that direction, is that we always want to be able to have our statutory reserve, which is 3%, in addition to our local requirement, which is another 3%, for 6% of our total expenditures annually in that bottom line that says ending fund balance. So as a rule of thumb, let's just call that between $5.5 and $6 million. So we always need to have that in that bottom row, which is our ending cash on hand, that's our reserve, so that we can say that we can meet all of our anticipated expenses. And we need to be able to do that for the year that we're adopting, which is 2021, and the 2 additional years after that. And the problem with the current scenario with all the budget fluctuations is even with all of the budget mitigation that we've done already, in that 3rd year, when we say that we go into receivership, that's a nice way of saying for a school district that we go bankrupt. And what that means is, and actually the county would have to act on that, of course, before that occurs, and they would have to appoint a representative of the state as supervised by the county to come in and basically make decisions for the district. We would still have a school board, but that state appointee would make decisions for the district. The board would no longer vote on anything that had a financial impact, which is essentially everything. And the only decisions that would be made by that appointee with the concept of getting the district to solvency again. And so, yes, one of the primary responsibilities of the board is to make sure that we never get to that point because we want our districts to be run locally.
Yeah. And as you and I are survivors of receiverships,
yes.
A lot of turmoil that ensues with that. I actually am wondering, since you are talking about, you've talked to other business officers across the state and your colleagues, how many of your colleagues are facing the same presentation to their boards currently, or percentage-wise, just a rough estimate.
Oh man, I don't know of anybody that's not adopting a qualified budget, meaning that in the second or third year out, they're looking at receivership. Some folks are adopting a budget because they haven't been able to move fast enough with proposed reductions that they're looking at it next year. And everybody right now, to reflect on the conversations and questions that were just occurring, everybody right now is sort of banking on the fact that there's a deal reached by the governor and the Senate that at least puts paper money on the table, and then of course we'd have to scurry around and borrow money from somebody to make the paper money materialize into cash. But there are very few districts that are in good shape with this dramatic of an economic forecast. Percentage-wise, I actually haven't spoken to anybody that's not in bad shape in that third year out, so I can't think of anybody. But I don't have a lot of contacts in high wealth districts called basic aid. There might be a couple of basic aid districts out there that are impacted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Chris, I'm sorry, go ahead, Jackie.
No. It's just and I think that it bears some discussion about. We can make a couple decisions. I'm sure it's in the next slide, like to adopt a budget where we will be qualified or one that doesn't. Right? Like I'm sure that's the next slide, and I can hold my question until we get there. But Vice President Plata, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. The only question the Schools and Family First initiative that'll be on the November ballot this year, do you know what the potential revenue for that is? Have you seen any information on that?
The hope for that initiative is that it would replace up to 50% of the revenue being lost right now. So it would further mitigate. Okay. So it would mitigate the scenario that I have up on the screen for you all right now.
Okay. So we would potentially not be qualified if it did pass in the third year, right?
Depending upon the way that we used it and implemented it, yes.
Okay. That's good. Thank you.
Sure. So the next slide, and I'm going to get a little wonky here. So I put in here recommendation, adoption of a qualified budget. That's actually not technically correct. And this is going to go to what Trustee Wong was just asking. This multi-year projection is qualified in the third year, 22-23, the district would not be able to meet its financial obligations. However, if you read the statutes really carefully, when the board goes to adopt a budget, it doesn't adopt a budget that's either negatively, positively, or qualified, certified. It actually just adopts a budget. Negative, qualified, or positive certification typically aren't adopted until the 45-day revised first or second interim. I put in here adoption of a qualified budget because indeed we are looking and we know that based on the May revised projections that is what we would be doing it. So I was just trying to make it very, very clear for the trustees and the public that is a choice. However, we would just be adopting a budget. In fact, it would be qualified if all the factors play out, but we would just be adopting a budget.
And it seems like we have enough money this year and next year to float, if you will, until so 2021 and through 2021, 2022 to figure out what revenues will look like from the state, even though there's that 40. I mean, again, if we're adopting just next year's budget, we have enough money to float for a couple of years.
We have enough on paper. Cash is going to be a struggle. Either scenario, cash is going to be a struggle.
Okay. So I'm hearing loud and clear that no matter what, because of both the legislature and the governor want a deferral, we're going to have to find somebody to loan money from, and that's just because of the process of the legislature. Just to be really clear with the public that if we're borrowing money, it's because of where the state is in negotiating deferrals of payments back to schools.
Absolutely. I mean, at least I can only speak, well, I can speak historically by looking at the record. But we have been very careful with cash. We've been very careful with the budget in the past couple of years. We've improved our credit rating, but we still have quite a bit of residual debt from the past. So borrowing money is not a simple thing. It's a little bit labor intensive, and it does cost the district money. We would be able to find money to borrow, but that would be, you're correct, at no fault of our own. It would be because the state doesn't have enough cash to give us the money that they've promised on paper. So that forces us to go out and borrow money.
Yeah. Again, just an important point to be made.
Yeah.
That we've done our due diligence and have done our best with what you projected to not lay off any people in current positions.
Correct. That's not in this scenario. This is just vacant positions and operational reductions. So moving on to close to the end of the presentation, what are the next steps? Well, really the next steps are to do it all over again, because we know, as we've discussed tonight, that there is going to be such a dramatic change from the governor's May revise that we're going to be doing this exercise of a budget all over again, which I can hear in my head the groans from our small fiscal department, because when we get a deal, it's going to be radically different than what the governor put on the table on May 19th. So that means that by August, the budget that's going to be adopted and that I'm recommending that it be adopted on the 25th will change significantly and require us to do a 45-day revise with all of the changes that have occurred since. Future funding concerns, of course, this is unprecedented times. Everything is up in the air. So the May revise was a huge departure from what we were expecting in January, and is a huge departure from the arc of where California has been going with educational funding over the past 8 years. And everything right now is up in the air. What the state finally does decide, we will be looking at in mid-August. Just to give everybody an idea of fund review, so far the other funds that we operate in the district are listed there: adult ed, child development, our nutrition services, capital facility, debt service, etc. They will all end this year in positive balance, which is a significant difference than we saw a few years ago. The one exception being that our nutrition or our cafeteria services fund will need a contribution for unpaid meal bills for this year, which is an annual practice of the board. And the contribution this year is currently at $107,000. Next steps, we will of course be looking at this budget, the one that in the fiscal year that we're in. We will be closing it and looking at the unaudited actuals in September. And then of course we'll bring the board and the public the audit in December. And then the 2021 budget, the one that we're doing a hearing for this evening, we will be doing a 45-day revise before the end of August, and a first interim report, of course, in December. And with that, I will ask if there are any questions, and I'll put my screen back on so I can see you all.
And President Jackson, I don't know if there were any public comments on this presentation.
Yeah, we do. We have some. We'll get to them in just a second. Just wanted to make sure if the board had any additional comments. Okay. With that, I know we do have. I have one public comment. I don't know if she wants to make it her comment herself, or she would like me to read it. Miss Krista McKinney. No? Okay, I'll go ahead and read her public comment. Over the last several months, WUSD students, teachers, and families have suffered great loss, and parents were forced into the role of teacher through crisis learning. While budget cuts are inevitable, I strongly encourage the board and the district to find ways to continue to support social workers, nurses, school counselors, and psychologists in WUSD. Our children need them more now than ever before. The lack of mental health personnel is harming our most vulnerable students. Today's children are experiencing social isolation, depression, and anxiety, as well as multiple other forms of trauma at record highs. According to the CDC, the suicide rate among children ages 10 to 17 increased by 70% between 2006 and 2016. Approximately 72% of children in the United States will have experienced at least one major stressful event, such as witnessing violence, experiencing abuse, or experiencing the loss of a loved one before the age of 18. School counselors, nurses, and social workers and psychologists are typically the first to see children who are sick, stressed, traumatized, may act out, or may hurt themselves or others. This is especially true in low-income districts where other resources are scarce. Students are 21 times more likely to visit school-based health centers for treatment than anywhere else. Schools that employ more school-based mental health providers see improved attendance rates, lower rates of suspension and other disciplinary incidents, expulsion, improved academic achievement and career preparation, and improved graduation rates. Data shows that school staff who provide health and mental health services to our children not only improve the health outcomes for those students, but also improve school safety. There's no evidence that police in schools improve school safety. In many cases, they're causing harm. When in schools, police do what they're trained to do: detain, handcuff, and arrest. This leads to a greater student alienation and poor school climate. I'd ask that as you're looking for cost savings, that you find ways to direct resources for mental health staff to help our kids thrive at school. Our kids need social workers, nurses, school counselors, and psychologists in WUSD to meet their mental health needs. And that was from Miss Christy McKinney. Don't know if we have any other public comments for L1.
President Jackson.
Yes.
Hi, sorry. Erin Rivers was going to leave a public comment. Miss Rivers, are you there? Can you *6?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ms. Rivers, go right ahead.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm a parent in the Washington Unified District. I would like to discuss slide 8 from the PowerPoint for item L1. You listed a reduction of SRO contracts to about $96,000 a year, and you achieved this by getting rid of one SRO. I suggest that it be reduced to $0 a year and remove both SROs from River City. Removing SROs would not be firing them, as West Sac PD is in need of more officers. My reasoning is that this will allow additional allocations to students, as you listed on slide 18, that these are unprecedented times and that you are facing fiscal pressures. Defunding the school to prison pipeline is a way to do this, and this money could fund additional teacher salaries. Additionally, research has shown time and time again that SROs bring unintended consequences for students, like higher rates of suspension, expulsions, and arrests that funnel our kids into the criminal justice system, which disproportionately affects Black and Brown students. They do not, as one board member mentioned, establish a relationship with police in our community. Instead, it normalizes negative police presence in students' lives. And in a terrifying but rare situation of school shootings, most SROs are not successful in changing the heartbreaking outcomes of these events. WUSD sent parents an email that you stand in solidarity of Black Lives Matter, but you have done nothing to show that you actually care. So I ask, why are you continuing to fund police and not children in our community, especially in a budget crisis when these funds could be put to much better use? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Okay. Were there any other comments for L1? Not? Ms. Montbonitas, thank you very much for that. Your typical, very thorough and complete presentation on the budget.
My pleasure.
Okay. Information and discussion items. All presentations will be uploaded to the agenda online so that the public may access all presentations and follow along during the meeting. M1, update on distance learning. Mr. Stan Moisich.
Hi, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board. We'll begin momentarily here. So this slide does say distance learning update. However, we really are transitioning into a new phase right now. And tonight, I'm going to share with you the results of our survey we did with our classified staff. I will also share the results of our latest parent survey 2.0, and talk a little bit about our current focus and roles. And before we get into the new classified survey and parent survey, I did want to remind you on slide 3 of what we talked about at the last meeting. And so we did have some key areas of concern that were brought up on May 28th, and I'd like to remind all of you of those, and that's on slide 3. Of course, health and safety remain a key focus and a key concern for everybody.
There's background. I'm not sure if, Stan, you're intending to have some background music, but I'm not sure if that's from you or somebody else.
No, that's not from me. I don't know where that's coming from. Sorry.
My bad. That was my phone. That's somebody. I got a text message and I wasn't muted.
Gotcha.
My apologies. Okay, so we're going into health and safety, and you know, that's a major concern still, obviously. And if I just take you back to the last survey that I shared with you, May 28th, roughly 50% of our parents had some very strong concerns about coming back to being in school, meaning being in a brick and mortar setting or in person. Our teaching staff also voiced a similar concern, and they were slightly above 50% that were concerned about returning back to school. We also had other concerns as well. The social, emotional, academic support of our program, and technology access at home was brought up, and I will talk a little bit more about that in this presentation as well. And of course, just instruction in general has changed quite a bit, given what our typical program of day-to-day school has meant in the past. Childcare was brought up as an issue, and of course, how to motivate, getting better motivation from our students. With that, we'll go to slide 4, which is our classified survey. So overall, most of our staff felt in this current setting that occurred during distance learning that they were able to communicate and collaborate well between staff members. They, for the most part, agreed that they had the right equipment and technology to be able to do the job during this school closure. When asked, do they feel safe or somewhat safe to return, 66% of our classified folks did believe that they would feel safe if given the proper guidelines and okay. Much like our teaching survey, about a quarter of our classified staff would want or prefer childcare in order to return to work, should they have faced similar situations with their students returning back to not having a full access to school, as was the case prior to school closures. Some of the reason, when we getting into some of the reasons why many of our classified staff were concerned about coming back to work, this is listed in order. So the primary concern was procedural in terms of sanitization, the practicality of social distance and proximity, and how that could be supervised, the maintenance of mask wearing. So there was a lot of concerns whether, with all those things needing to happen, whether or not, either between parents, between staff, that we could actually do all that in a very efficient manner, given so many unknowns. Some of our staff also brought up the medical reality. Currently, we don't have a vaccine or cure or medicines, and that obviously is a concern for many. Some of our staff are in that risk factor category, either themselves or a relative is in a risk category, and they're worried about contracting this virus and passing it on. There has been talk about a second wave in addition. So we are hearing that on the media from different places that even as they've reopened or done different things, a second wave could occur. So there is concern that should we return, that could be the case as well. Any questions on the classified part of the survey? Okay. So the next part, we call it Parent Survey 2.0. This is our second survey. And we talked about what things are would make people feel safe should we come back to school. And this is ranked in order. So you know, this is from most concerning to lowest concerning. And the most concerned factor would be they would like to see decreased exposure, meaning particularly smaller classes or some sort of physical distancing. That's what would make most people most comfortable so that they could return to school. In addition, the frequent hand washing, sanitizing procedures, and general hygiene concerns, they felt like if those were addressed, that would also make them feel much better about returning to school. Temperature checks was also a concern, although not as strong as the first two. In addition, mask wearing kind of brings up the bottom. In terms of the learning environment, and this is also in order of importance, many of our people feel that they just need that daily structure or daily schedule. That's what they need to get themselves going, and they've missed that during this time of school closure. They also would like in-person instruction. That is high on the priority list of people. They would like to see more return to traditional grading, and I think general increase in higher expectations than was the case during the school closure. And dedicated or daily online instruction, and you could even just say online or in person. People want dedicated daily instruction available to them. I'm going to read the question for this slide because I think this is a really important slide to focus on. At this time, given our current health and safety guidelines from CDC, which learning environment would you prefer for your child for the 2021 school year? As you see, this is broken down by grade level. And if you cut it all the way down, it almost goes with 80%. If we couldn't do what we traditionally do, 80% would be okay with a blended virtual combination with in-person instruction, whereas about 20% just want 100% virtual.
Mr. Morris, I have a question about that. So you said if it would break it, that roughly about 80%. How do we arrive at that percentage? Because if I'm not mistaken, we didn't have a question on a complete return to normal, right?
No, we did not. So of the respondent, we only gave them two choices on the survey. Because our default is coming back to school 100%. That is the normal way we do school. That is the default. However, and that's why I read the question and I wanted everyone to pay attention, given our current health and safety guidelines, that's not available to us right now. Right. We know that could change in some point in the future, but given our health and safety guidelines right now, that's not one of our choices. So if we can't come back to 100%, which is what we typically do, we needed to know what could we do. And so of our respondents, given those two choices, 80% of the respondents in this survey, and I should have started out with this, we did have an increase in the number of people who took this survey. We had about 600 more responses on this survey than the previous one. So it was about 3,400, which is a pretty good amount. And of those, about 80% responded that they would prefer a combo of virtual and in person, whereas 20% of those said they would just rather stay virtual, completely virtual, 100%.
Right. So I think that where the confusion is coming in is because people didn't have that choice, and I understand why. But just for clarification, the reason why we on the survey there was not an option for 100% return as normal is because right now, based on the current guidelines, that is not an option for us at this time. Doesn't mean it can't be an option in 8 weeks, but at this time, that's not a possibility. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we felt that if we would have put that on there, we would not have gotten a good read of what our plan B could be.
Okay.
Because we know that many people would have just chose that right away. And you know, that is our default.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. That was important to clarify. Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. Last board meeting, we did have a question by Trustee Alcala, I believe, was asking about internet connectivity. That was a question on the survey. From the survey, about 95% said that they had an internet connection. About 45% of those said they had no internet issues. In other words, it wasn't slowing down or didn't go down for days. We know that some people had that issue. Of course, this was an internet survey. So we have been digging deeper at our school sites to reach out to our families by name and by need to find out, you know, who doesn't have internet. And at this point, we have a list of about 286 students that possibly don't have internet. We're not sure that some of them may, but that's kind of our list right now. And on this slide, I've listed out a number next to each school, and that number represents the number of students that possibly do not have internet at that school, and so that you can see that. And it's important. I'm sorry.
That's very telling. The word need.
And I just wanted to also point out that of these 286, we are working with student services, and in the next week, we will be contacting each of these. We know all their names, and we will be contacting them, their families, to, one, get their input on the survey information that we've been asking, but most importantly, to follow up on their internet needs so that we can take care of that for the next school year. We've talked about involving parents in getting input. On June 5th, I met with a parent advisory committee. I want to make it clear this is not a new committee. We did not form this committee based on the COVID-19 situation. This was an already existing committee that works with the district office and gives input on LCAP. They represent a broad range of across the district schools. And we wanted to take advantage of a group that we already had. And, you know, these are some of the themes that came out of their meeting. And we've heard about motivation already for students. They wanted more consistency between teachers, supports and outreach needed for students who need that. We know that there's many needs that are out there. And also, too much of a reliance on independent practice or just reliance on virtual materials alone. Some people are worried about common schedules for students with siblings because I know people have families and they're worried that there could be some breakups in scheduling that could cause hardships. And of course, childcare issues came up in this forum as well. I'm on a pause because maybe I missed a question. I might have gone too fast. Did anyone have a question that I just went over?
Actually, I do have one. I'm not sure who's at who's the 781, whose phone number starts with 781, ends in 63. If you can mute your phone, please. We're getting a lot of feedback from your number. Whoever's the person with the 781
okay,
number.
that's me, and I'm going to try and figure that out. Sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So in addition to this parent advisory committee, which I said we're taking advantage of us because we already had one formed in the district, so we wanted to start off with them. We are also, on the next slide, you'll see we have, at every school, we're having a return to school forum at all our schools. And just want to point out that some of these dates or times there might be additions to the times that are included. I know there were a couple of revisions at the high schools, both River City and YOLO might have some additional dates or times that they're going to put in here. But up to this point, these are the times that we are going to have return to school forums for parents and staff who would like to give input on the topic of returning to school.
Stan, can you go back a slide? I know that there was some background technicalities. Can you explain more? What does more motivation for students as a bullet point mean?
Yes, and that came up in the first in the teacher survey and the parent survey from the first go around as well. And what I think it means is many students without that daily schedule and practice, it was hard to make them self-starters, and parents were having a hard time getting them to self-start on projects, on work without that daily structure and routine.
And then the third bullet, was there specificity around supports and outreach needed types, academic, non-academic? Like what was?
I think it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of academic and it's also social emotional. And again, most of the parents on this advisory committee felt like for the most part, their students, their personal own students were able to get by. But between, knowing other people and there was a concern that if students were having too much independent practice, they weren't getting the guidance they need to move forward with some of the assignments. And so they felt like there was a more of a need for more personal connections, and also not just with academics, but with social emotional as well, that they needed that extra support and someone to talk to and someone to talk them through whatever academic activity they were working on.
Yeah, and I agree with that, Stan. I mean, and also kids rely on each other as friends at school, and seeing them, it's a comforting feeling, that connectivity to your school. Most of these boxes are boxes that I checked on. I totally agree with them. Motivation for students is certainly difficult at home, especially with mom and dad as the teacher. So I know that's something we suffered from at our house. So I can definitely see these things as being issues. I think supports is definitely that's a tricky one, because how do you provide support? How do you provide support to someone virtually, right? That's a tricky situation, and how do you do it, in a way that's effective? It's something that we definitely could have used, and I definitely complained about. Was the lack of support that we felt we were getting. But I would certainly like to see how that, manifests in the future and how that looks.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to do, is taking this input, and as we define what we will do next, making sure we include the best practices possible to directly deal with these themes and concerns.
What have we found from the teachers that they found was effective during this initial phase of our online learning, that we can maybe carry on, implement, and maybe make more available, more district-wide?
Well, I think there's a couple things when it even before just getting directly to students. This definitely has strengthened the collaboration of our staff, and I think that the sharing of ideas. Necessity is the best inventor sometimes, and I think we're getting a lot of sharing of ideas to help students succeed more. And some of that involves some new tools that people are using. For example, some parts of, I know people are very hesitant and distance learning wasn't the best experience for many people. However, from a modeling standpoint, the ability to make a video of yourself and be able to show that video of the teacher demonstrating what to do is something that is a great tool for a lot of students, because unlike in a regular class where the teacher may say that once or repeat it if there is a question, if a student does ask a question, in this component, a student is able to repeat that demonstration many times over and can oftentimes convert it to a language or slow it down to their benefit as well. So modeling is one of those things that actually came out. There was a lot of good demonstrations of modeling that were starting to happen that probably didn't happen before because people relied just on that in person. They didn't think they had to maybe make a video themselves because they were teaching directly with students. But in this situation, they were forced to do something other. And so they're developing new tools that can do that. I would also say that students, what we're hearing from most of our feedback from parents is that they really appreciated when teachers were physically available to their students. So even if it wasn't direct teaching, the students loved being with their teachers. And the only way we could do that was through video, which was Zoom, which is our tool. But that was very appreciated by many students and families. The more availability that teachers could give students and parents.
Okay, Trustee Wong, go ahead.
Stan, you may have gone over this. Can you tell me the N size this time of the parent survey? And I know last time we asked, I think I specifically asked, to disaggregate the data, not just on the internet, but also on these questions as to, each campus, what was the percentage of response on each? So how many parents completed the survey at each grade level? Because, TK to 1, if it was only 10 people, might not be a good representative. So N size for each grade level. And then what were the results of that per campus? So we specifically asked for disaggregated data that isn't in this presentation, unless it's coming.
Yeah. I don't have that in completeness for you, but I definitely can give you the numbers. I can email those to you, but I don't have it disaggregated by site for each question yet. I can give you how many people responded from each site to the survey, but not to each question.
Okay. So just at an aggregate level, then, can you remind us how many parents completed the 2.0 survey?
Yeah, 3,400.
3,400. And then you'll disaggregate that by grade level as well for us? Or do you have that?
Yes. Yes, I don't have that in this presentation, but I can get you those numbers.
President Jackson, may I ask a question?
Of course, Trustee, I'll go right ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Moisage, Riverbank, I noticed that they're the school most in need of, digital help. There's 96 students that will not have access to, because of internet connections. How are they going to access these lessons that are online?
Our plan is to work toward getting them access before school starts, either through hotspots or connecting them to a local provider in some way. So that's what we're going to work on, and that's why we're reaching out to them directly. And I believe some of these have been contacted before. Some of these folks on this list have been difficult to reach, but we're going to keep going because we do know they need this for next year's school year.
So, well, we're pretty sure everyone's going to, I mean, down to the last student, be able to be online by this coming year.
That is the plan. I mean, we went one-to-one, you know, as you as a board voted for us to go one-to-one with devices, and it doesn't do the completeness to just give them the device if we don't have internet service. So that is what we're going to strive to do.
All right, thank you.
Just want to let you know also that in your question about what has worked with students, I think you know, students really responded well with incentives as well, with the teachers that did some different activities with their kids. And again, I think it goes back to that teacher contact. The more teacher contact they had directly, I think there was a lot of satisfaction from parents and students to that regard. So I wanted to reiterate that before we go to the last slide. And so right now, what we're focused on, of course, I mean, the three main areas, as have been pointed out, are health and wellness. I mean, safety is everything. And but we also recognize that as we move forward in whatever components of our program, academic rigor and relevance is critical. And we were already embarking on this as a district with our rigorous course design that is now transformed to standards-aligned learning. That is the direction we are moving, and we're going to continue to move that way no matter what model we develop for next year. Rigor and relevance are going to be a very important part of it, as will equity and access. That has been what we have talked about as an organization. You know, that's what we're focused on. So those things are going to remain key elements of our program, regardless of how our program shakes up in terms of schedule. So right now, we're preparing for engaging virtual and classroom instruction. We have learned a lot from the previous experience in terms of our virtual component. Currently, we have 70 to 80 teachers every day this week. Even though school just finished last week, we have 70 and 80 of our teachers that have been doing virtual training as one group. First time we've ever done anything like that in WSD. But they've been very engaged, and it's all been about rigor and relevance, and also how to use rigor and relevance with a virtual component, which is something that we've had to face. We're continuing to get input from WSTA and all our community stakeholders, as you see with our forums and the different surveys we're putting out. We're trying to get all that input. And you know, a big part of our time now, as you've seen, many of you have seen the CDE guidelines, you've seen the Yolo County Office of Education guidelines, Sacramento County Office of Education put out guidelines. There's lots of guidelines out there and a lot of pages. And in those pages, there are some models for things that resemble blended learning in terms of schedules. And our administrative team has been looking at those models, and we are definitely spending some time seeing what things could possibly work for us. And you know, in the near future, you're going to see a lot more. You're going to see that. You're going to see those models a lot more synthesized and presented to you very quickly. In addition, you've heard what some of our community members have said, that they do have some fears about coming back to school. So we do still want to make sure we develop an exclusive virtual instructional experience for families who might not be ready to come back yet. And that's not going to look like distance learning did last month. That's going to be something far more advanced and far more efficient and far more effective than what we've had before. So those are a lot of the things that we're focused on right now.
Stan, this is Jackie again. Just wanting to add, since you're still doing surveys, that wondering whether or not you could or would consider surveying students, at least at the high school level and that middle school level, because you know, as a parent, I understand like the parent survey, but I also think that it'd be really great to get feedback from our learners, especially at that level, to understand their experience this past, several months, and then what they are looking forward to and have a desire to change moving forward.
We completely agree. And unfortunately, we did do a survey with River City High School students. However, we were not able to compile that in time for this board meeting. So hopefully we can get that for you as well. There has been a survey with those students. We're also looking at surveying our students that are now in EL summer school. We have 200 to 300 students that are in the summer school component. And we are hoping that we could survey them and get and these are younger grades, of course, so that we want to include that information in our decision making as well, and for the future, because that's going to tell us a lot about what the quality of program that we need to run. By the way, I do have some numbers for you. Someone was able to glance at the survey while I was talking, and Trustee Wong, I can give you the number of responses per grade level if you're ready for that.
I think we're all ready for that at minimum.
Okay. So TK first graders, there was 524 responses. Second and third grade, there were 605 responses. Fourth and fifth grade, there was 531 responses. Sixth through eighth grade, there was 844 responses. And 9th through 12th grade, there was 947 responses.
Interesting. And then you'll provide that information by school site as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
So can you talk to us a little bit about some of the plans that you guys have been discussing? Because I think the sense is, because the thought process isn't necessarily public yet, which I completely understand. But I think it can seem as though that there isn't any planning going on, and I know that's not the case. But could you maybe talk about some of the scheduling scenarios that has been tossed around? To know, because I've heard of a few. I know some districts are talking about maybe going with an alternate schedule, where I think I mentioned this at the last board meeting, where a group of kids come for 1 week, and then those kids go back, and then the next group of kids come for a week, because a lot of teachers feel that at least that, and that with having the kids for that 1 week period, they could actually get some substantial instruction done, and alternating the schedules like that. But obviously that obviously creates headaches of a different variety for parents and families. But if you can maybe give folks an idea of kind of some of the things you guys are maybe tossing around a little bit.
Sure. You're going to get a few more models in the next presentation. But as we are, the bottom line is we do know how to return to school 100%. We've done that before. That has been the model that we've always done. We have built our schedules and our preparations so that if we were told that we were able to come back 100%, we would be able to do that very quickly. We have that already lined up. The next possible model that's probably the most difficult to plan for is, you heard the term hybrid, which is some sort of combination of virtual and in class, including all the social distancing elements that are out there in the guidelines. And what makes that so difficult is that it's not just about having kids in school part of the time and part of the time not in school. It's that to have them in school, there are a lot of guidelines of how they would be in school. For example, they would have to be 6 feet apart. They could be possibly having to wear masks, and other such protocols to that degree. A lot of sanitizing after everybody has vacated a space. And so riding the bus the same way, all those different logistics that go into it. So that combination hybrid model is very difficult to plan for because it is not something we've done before. Virtual by itself is not so difficult to it's not as difficult to plan for, We didn't have time the first time, to be quite frank, and we didn't have time to think of every teacher doing that. However, there are elements where certain teachers actually excel at that, and we could identify those in a smaller group, in a smaller setting, and deploy that to some effect. It's the hybrid model that causes a lot of work right now because we've never done it before. And that because of all the guidelines that go with it. So there are things out there about A and B days where students would rotate one day, where, for example, if I was a third grade teacher, I have 12 students or 24 students to my name, but I have 12 of them that come on Monday because I can social distance with 12. And then I have 12 others that come on Tuesday, and then we rotate like that. So those are type of models. And there's a whole bunch of different scenarios with AB. As you pointed out, there's AB weekly schedules. There are also some different ABs where 2 days a week in a row, students would come with some kind of break in the middle. So there are definitely lots of different ways you can do that. We've heard of some AM, PM type of ABs that are out there, although I think those would put a lot of strain on logistics realistically. And you know, there's so many different models of what you can do with AB. What we really are working toward doing is defining what we want our educational program to be. You heard the need for support. We need to have a program that's going to support all our students, whether they're in tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3 of MTSS. So we need to have all the components that we think are quality education with the rigor and relevance, that have all the support we need for health and wellness. And that is difficult to do in an AB type of schedule. And that's why it's causing a little bit of anxiety with a lot of families. Because, you know, if you're not there all the way, then who's going to take care of the kids on the days when they're not in school? You know, there's so many different parts of an AB that are causing a lot of anxiety. Like you, we want to get it done as soon as possible, but it is very complicated. And before we do anything, we need to consider health and safety.
Right. No, I understand that. I think, I think here's the thing. I guess going through this, I've kind of started to look at things a little bit different, you know, because for years people have we've been complaining about how we need to reform education in this country, yada yada yada, you know, all that stuff. And to me, I look at this as the absolute prime opportunity to create the type of school and type of learning environment that we ultimately would like to see, and that can take any numerous of forms. You know, one of the things that kind of pops in the mind is that, you know what, yeah, well, we understand there's some constraints with maybe being able to come back to normal, but I think what parents are kind of concerned about is, well, what am I going to do with my kid on the days that they're not in school? You know, what do we do with those kids at that time? Have we looked at the possibility of, and if I don't even know if we even have the bandwidth at our schools to be able to handle this, or maybe we have a dedicated classroom for our elementary school kids where there's a teacher that is dedicated on, and they can alternate days where they'll have a classroom with kids in it, but then they'll be responsible for streaming lessons live to kids that are at home. And the same thing at the high school level, you know, where we have a science teacher, a teacher that's doing 9th grade bio, or, you know, physical science with 10 or 12 kids in the classroom, but at the same time, that lesson is being streamed online to other kids that are at home. And so they're giving the same type of instruction, but just kind of in a different way. You know, so I look at, I mean, I understand there's challenges. I get that. Believe me, I'm gonna have to try and reinvent the way that I teach my subject at my school. But I think if we not necessarily don't look at the challenges, but look at the challenges as opportunities to be able to create something new and inventive and unique, to try and help our students in the best way possible. Things like that. So I don't know. That's just my thought. I mean, I think we're presented with a very unique opportunity that we're probably never going to get again, where we can really recreate education in this district and recreate education in the country. Kerber Gonzalez, do you have a question?
Hi, yes. I know that M2 is the return to school update, so I will save some of my thoughts for that. But coming into this, I wanted to first really thank you for reaching out to those students in terms of the technology. As was stated, it was glaring of where schools needed some extra support. So I'm really glad we have that data and that they're being reached out to. So thank you for that. And I appreciated the parent advisory committees. Those are groups that have been existing. Parents know, because I've been in so many of those parent cafes. Go to your PTO president who meets with the superintendent, and it's just a natural place to get some really good input. So I'm glad that group was tapped into, and I'm really happy to see the forums. So thank you for that. Those were great to see how they rolled out at all the schools today, and I think that they will be much appreciated by all of our families. It's a good way to collaborate. I also want to echo the student survey. I know I brought it up to Superintendent Luna, I think last week, and I met with Girl Scouts and Cub Scouts, and they like to have their voice too. And so I think even our younger children, it can be a very simple survey for our youngest learners, but so that we cultivate that student voice, and so they have some input in things too, I think is important for them, especially since this is such a time of uncertainty. So I think that's a great suggestion. And I also want to commend the teachers that are doing the virtual training. To have 70 or 80 right now, this is coming out of the craziest time in public education. To come out of that and for them to roll up their sleeves and just get right in, I have a lot of respect and gratitude to them. And I think this goes back to what you were saying with the rigorous course design. And I watched teachers doing the units of study. And we saw those in summer school, and then we saw those roll into the classroom. And so there's been a lot of great work, our Google certified teachers that have helped prepare for this moment. And so I'm really excited that we can utilize all of them. But it is a challenging time. And so thank you for working to reach out to get as much input as possible as we do that. And I'll save the rest of my comments for M2, but thank you.
Okay, anything further for M1? I know we do have a couple of public comments. Don't know if Miss McKinney is on the line and would like to make her own public comment. Otherwise, I can read it. Okay, I will go ahead and read the one public comment that I have. It states, I am really disappointed with our district and feel like we are late to the party by not having more of a plan put together already rather than collection of brainstorm ideas. There's no transparency of the members of the JET task force or other communities putting the plan to return to school together. The recent surveys distributed have been poorly written and lack the free text comments. The survey questions and responses were written forcing specific responses. These surveys cannot be a one-size-fits-all approach. The plan should look different by grade level based on a number of minutes of instruction required, ability to meet CDE and CDC guidelines, etc. There should be 3 different surveys with questions specific to the group of students it impacts. 1, primary, TK through 5, 2, middle school, and 3, high school. The survey should be looking at all options, including returning back to school 100% in order to solicit the feedback needed to do a full and thorough evaluation, because the recommendations are so fluid and changing daily. WUSD needs to be nimble and prepared for 100% return to school, hybrid model, modified schedule, and 100% distance or online learning. WUSD also needs to understand the needs of working families. How many are essential workers? What are their childcare needs? Evaluate impacts on various models for students that will be unable to shelter in place, students' ability to social distance and wear PPE, etc. WUSD has to think more broadly because you need parents' participation if students are unable to return to school. As a household with 2 working parents, we need an option to return to school 100% for our middle schooler. My student misses his teachers and friends. His mental health has suffered greatly in the last 3 months while we sheltered in place. Unfortunately, unless something changes with our employers over the summer, my husband and I, we will both be back to work and unable to stay at home to monitor our son's instruction in a hybrid model or distance or online learning environment. And that is Miss Kristen McKinney. And I believe there was one other public comment.
President Jackson, there is
yes, ma'am.
A public comment from Tiffany McFadden. Are you there, Tiffany?
I am here.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Go ahead, Tiffany. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. Before I go into my comment, I did want to respond to a question that Trustee Wong asked regarding some of the things that came out of the PAC meeting. You had asked specifically about more motivation for students and the supports and outreach. I think what a lot of us were talking about with the more motivation for students, and I think this would be resolved in the upcoming model, whatever that's going to look like, is that in the current model that we just finished, the students weren't required to work. They weren't required to show up for the Zooms. So it was really difficult for some parents to motivate their kids to get on Zooms with teachers when there was no consequence for not doing it. So I think that's part of what the more motivation was. And on the supports and outreach, a lot of us on that call expressed disappointment in the lack of communication at the district level. We felt the individual schools were communicating with the parents very well, but we weren't getting regular updates as to what was happening at the district level. And I understand that there was a lot happening, a lot going on and being discussed, but I think even if we were just getting updates on what the status of things were, that was kind of what we were looking for in some of that outreach. My actual comments were, and I know all of you on the board should have received some notes that myself and another parent put together from a kind of parent forum that was had unofficially. And I sent those to you. And I did hear President Jackson say, echo some of the things that we put on there. So that was reassuring. But while I understand Stan's explanation on why 100% in person was not an option given, I think one thing to take into consideration, and I know Natomas Unified did this, they did ask parents in an initial survey how many wanted 100% in person, with keeping in mind that a percentage of parents, and like what our survey results showed, about 20% of parents are okay with all online. Well, if there's that many that are willing to do all online learning, that should free up some space for possibly a certain number of students to be able to have full in-person teaching, which is going to be better for some students. So that was just something to keep in mind that I know other districts are doing, and something else that they're doing in classrooms, because they've already measured all their classrooms to figure out how many students they can already put in, or they'll be able to put in there. Where they can't do the 6 feet social distancing, they're ordering plexiglass dividers between the seating, which will double as dry erase boards. So that's something to keep in mind. I also, I had a question for Stan. He said on the call that about 70 or 80 teachers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Okay, with that, we will go ahead and move to M2. That's an update on the WUSD return to school. Superintendent Luna.
Thank you, President Jackson, Board of Trustees, and all of our guests who have joined us this evening. So this is another part to the work in progress for our district's return to school. As you are aware, we're waiting for the presentation to be brought up, so I'll kind of prep ahead of time here. As you know, this week, we finally received the guidelines that all have been waiting for.
That's from Shrek. Have you watched Shrek? I like that folder. That's a nice folder.
Again.
So as we're waiting,
there we go.
oh, thank you. This week, all school districts finally received the guidelines from the California Department of Education in regards to parameters, suggestions, recommendations, guidelines for how to reopen school. It may not necessarily be anything new, but it's much more concise. So one thing that before I start entering what these particular guidelines actually say, we're going to take some time to talk about what the California Department of Education is requiring all school districts to consider. Now, even though we received it this week, we've been in consideration since we actually closed school of how we will come back on our feet and return to school after the summer. I've heard many comments in regards to why didn't we offer everybody coming back at one time. It wasn't an option. It was not an option based on public health. And what our decision making is going to be guided by is first by public health of Yolo County and not another county, because we're held accountable to our own county public health, and also the guidelines in regards to what the California Department of Education is recommending. First, the guidelines are very clear. There is no one size fits all. And Washington Unified, from our previous meetings and presentations, we will not have a one size fit all program. It will be multiple options that will have to be in place, because we know that one program, whether it's a hybrid program or even everybody returning to school, it will not fit the needs of all of our students. Secondly, what we are required to do, and we do this on a weekly basis in our local level of our city and also our county public health, we work with our local health departments to know best scientific practices and expectations and what is happening week by week in terms of the changes of the virus. Thirdly, what's very important for all of us, because we want plans. And I think in this time of not just education, but in this time of life, we can put in all the plans and have it so well thought out. But what we know is tomorrow we can expect more changes, and those plans will need to be modified. So that is one guideline, is that we all should expect change. Fourthly, the focus of the California Department of Education is not only to address the operations, the health and safety, the academic program, but also address the social emotional well-being of not just students and staff, but also our family needs. So moving to the next slide, these 5 boxes in the next slide are the areas that have to be in place before the schools open. So while the state has officially allowed schools to consider to reopen, so has Yolo County. Both have to be in agreement to allow the school district within the county to physically reopen. The third box, what Sacramento has been addressing in terms of public health clearance. There has to be metrics made in terms of how many positive cases of COVID-19 are being identified every week, which is why Yolo County continues to update the COVID-19 dashboard on a regular basis. And then, of course, whether or not the community itself will experience a high level of additional cases of the virus. The fourth is very important, and Trustee Wong made this really, really important point, that here we are trying to prepare budgets, and yet we have a lot more equipment that needs to be purchased. Schools don't have these kinds of equipment and materials readily available during our normal school year. So we we in our facilities and business department have been going through how much equipment will be available and how much is needed. We have measured all of our classrooms to know that some classes will not be able to hold 50% of students in a 6-foot physical distance in between desks and students. So we have been doing that since the time that our county and our CDE had been talking about coming back to school. And of course, there's the cleaning supplies that are all back ordered, and we're always waiting for and are in high demand. So what we also have to think about before we reopen is to have a plan in place in case the community experiences a high level of COVID-19 cases. I know back in my hometown last weekend, there were 48 new cases identified just over the weekend. West Sacramento is not as large as my hometown. However, that is exactly what the public health is looking for and has to have under control in order for a school district to open. Our plan has to be in case we have to close school again. I can promise you this, that we're in a much better space today to be prepared to close school than we were on March 13th. We're also looking at what happens and all the protocols that need to be in place in case a student or a staff member are identified with the virus itself, and what protocols will be practiced and in place at the district and school campus. The goal is to minimize any potential risk or spread. So that means minimizing access to not just visitors on campus, but also our parents. How do our parents access our teachers and staff on campus? So let's start with some guidelines that I think are important for all of us to understand and consider as we think about reopening school. The first is our students. In terms of our students, what the CDE is suggesting and recommending that parents on a daily basis check the student's temperature prior to coming to school. That would be a passive screening. If a school district chose to do active screenings, that would be visual and temperature checks upon entering school, which, if you think about it, 800 students to enter school is going to be quite a challenge. Of course, the practice of washing and sanitizing hands at all times, not just to eat lunch or eat breakfast, but throughout the day on the campus. We also have to have protocols in place, of which we do, in case a student comes down with COVID-19 symptoms while at school. And of course, we've also heard public comment, and we have not forgotten that some of our students will not be able to return to school, even if they wanted to, because of possible medical risk or possibly severe illness, which is why we will have multiple academic programs to offer. That's the student access guideline. In terms of staff, from the staff lens, they're also asking for passive and active screenings of our staff members in terms of temperature, which is on our next slide. Same practices of washing and sanitizing our hands. More importantly, that fourth bullet of going through training for all staff to implement the appropriate hygienic practices during this time. Also, our procedures are in place in case a staff member demonstrates symptoms of the virus at work. The next slide talks about outside visitors accessing our campus, and it will be limited when our schools open. We will have to also review facilities use agreements and make sure, because it would be upon us, to monitor that all people who are using our facilities are following the health guidelines as well. The next slide talks about protection and protective equipment that our staff will be needing, such as face shields, so that instead of a staff member wearing a mask, we have ordered And actually, we were given a donation of 200 face shields for teachers to be able to wear during class instruction so that students can see their faces and have that emotional connection during class. Staff will need protective coverings as well, such as possibly a cloth mask while walking through campuses or through hallways. And the custodial staff has already been going through different training and implementing different practices of sanitation and disinfection. For protective guidelines for our students, the question is will our students be required to use face coverings? It is actually a school district's decision. We've heard lots of concern, our little ones wearing face coverings throughout the day. We also have heard, you know, depending on the age of students, it could be also a distraction. But wearing a mask or a face covering can't just be in the classroom. We're talking about also when they walk in the hallways, when they enter a bus, when they leave school, when they enter school. So all of those protective guidelines will be in place for our students as well. The physical distancing is probably the most challenging in the thought of bringing every single student back to school. Our facilities are not equipped in that manner. We do have some facilities on every campus that could be used, such as a cafeteria, outside on the grass under shade coverings. All of those possibilities are being in the planning process of how we can give instruction in person in addition to the classroom. For a minimum distance of 6 feet, our students would not be able to have more than 12 to 14 students in one classroom at one time. We would have to limit the number of students. In other words, we would have to divide our students into groups to attend school in person for this kind of physical distancing that is being recommended by the California Department of Education. We've heard also in previous meetings, and the guidelines are very clear, that instead of field trips and intergroup events, they are requiring that we look at virtual activities instead of large gatherings of students on activities. Part of the operations, and again, the costs, is to provide signage, arrows, signs, all of those kinds of things to direct traffic that our students would easily be able to follow. There's a lot of questions about athletics. I know that CIF is going to come out with their guidelines tomorrow. Some of us received an embargoed guideline of it. It's nothing different than our California Department of Education guidelines under health and safety. It is not different. They are not allowing, just like the CDE is saying, for any kind of athletics or any kind of PE activities to have any kind of touching of students or sharing of equipment. At least that is it for as of right now. The next one is about the physical distance. I think I've gotten my slides mixed up here. If we could go to the next slide, I can see what's up next. Because my
So I want to be clear that badminton's a possibility.
Badminton, thank you. Swimming, golfing, track
Actually,
and
badminton is not a possibility because you have to touch the same shuttlecock when you throw it up.
They could probably give new ones each time. That would be an expense, but it's possible. It is possible, but we're talking about football, even baseball because the same ball is used, soccer. All of those are the things right now that CIF and the health departments are trying to come to agreements with and trying to get to a reasonable understanding, as we know how important athletics and other enrichment activities are for our kids. Food services is another area that we have to take into consideration for health and safety. So what they're asking is, as we prepare our food I'm going to go back. As we prepare food for our students, that we limit the interaction of our food services staff and also change the way that we provide service in giving food to our students. And you see there that it's pretty limited in terms of food service. Some school districts are looking at having students eat inside the classroom so that they don't intermix in the cafeteria. So there's more of those operations to be decided upon. Lastly, I think the last slide in terms of the physical distancing, of course, is about our staff and how staff have to limit their interaction together. So if we can go into 2 slides from here. So I wanted to share this quote from the California Department of Education, and I'm sharing this quote because we do have to be flexible. Flexible meaning that what we have known in education all these years is not going to be the same moving forward. When we say that we want all of our students to come back, it doesn't mean that it's going to be the same. It has to look different because we are living now in a different time. The reason why I put this quote up is because it says here that we may start the school year with one instructional schedule, but if new information becomes available and changes regarding health and safety, we may have to transition to a different model. So that's why we have multiple models of instruction that we would like to have in place as we open school. So here is one model that the California Department of Education has suggested. Now, I'm not saying, I'm not owning any of these because I'm not saying that I agree with these. What I'm saying is that the California Department of Education has given school district these guidelines to build our schedules. One guideline, one model is a 2-day rotation where half of our students would come to school 2 or 3 days out of the week. And then they would be at home or daycare to complete the rest of their studies, either virtually on a virtual platform or through independent work, while the second group then comes in for 2 to 3 days out of the week. One thing that would be different than what people have known in all school districts in the closure of school is that the one day, the 5th day in the week, that there is a lot more flexibility of possible small group instruction, advisory groups in the high schools, but it could be different based on what the school district decides for that 5th day. The second model that the California Department of Education has rolled out is a weekly blended learning model. And President Jackson, I think it was you who had talked about what you had heard, where half the students would go to school for 1 full week, Monday through Friday. And then the following week, they would do virtual learning, virtual platforms, independent work that was assigned from their week of instruction. And then the other group would attend school on that other week. So while students are not in school, again, there is a virtual learning component. There's also possibilities of coming back for small group instruction and meeting those levels of intervention and support. Another model that the California Department of Education is giving out to school districts, it's called looping. This is for grades transitional kindergarten through 8th grade. It's mostly, looping structure is mostly for elementary age, where one teacher stays with a group of students for 2 years. So the students, if they were a 1st grade student this year, their 1st grade teacher could become their 2nd grade teacher next year, so that there is an automatic connection and the emotional connection and relationship already established with the teacher. That would be a looping structure model. The fourth model that the California Department of Education has suggested is an early-late staggered schedule model. And this would be half days, so morning and afternoon. The other concept on this, particularly for high school, is that students could remain in one homeroom, but the teachers would have to rotate to those rooms. You see, in high school, they go to multiple classes. And so what their suggestion is here in this model, to reduce the amount of potential spread of germs or infection, would be that teachers rotate and students stay in one homeroom class. Those are the models that have been given to school districts in the state of California. Now, while we're not saying that any one particular model is better than another, you notice that none of the models that were given by the California Department of Education were full-blown coming back 100%. While that may be, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that some school districts are truly thinking about that. But if we read further into when school districts say, we're going to ask all of our students to come back, if you read further into what the school district is trying to put in place, it's assuming that not all students will come back, that a high percentage of their students truly will not come back to class 100%, and that they would be on a virtual learning platform for their instruction versus coming back 100%. So we need to be mindful of what are our parents going to be asking for. So we will be sending out another parent survey. And this time around, it will be the potential models that could be done. Now, what we know is the least amount of risk in bringing students back to school would be a potential blended model where we would divide our students, and half the students would go to school 2 to 3 days out of the week, and they would have a virtual learning platform as the other part of their learning, so that there would be continuous learning 5 days a week. And that's kind of hard right now to think about, because what we have experienced as learning at home or virtual has been what we've experienced in the past few months. That is not what is being brought forward. It is extension of what they're learning in the classroom. It is standards aligned and standards based, and it will be calibrated for grading, not just a pass or no credit. It is for continued learning. These are just possibilities of what the state has given as a guideline. As of right now, until the County of Yolo Public Health allows us to open full with all students in place, we have to be prepared for a blended model. Should all of our parents want to come back, we have not heard that even in our parent comments today. But should a majority of our parents want to come back full time, we will have to make those different kinds of arrangements purely on opening on health and safety practices. There would be a lot of work to be done in order for all students to come back. I want also the board and our public to know that while we're looking at an academic blended learning model, we do know that childcare will have to be in place. And it may not be in place at the school site, but it will be in place at a facility. Our first priority will be for our employees who will have to come back to work at the school site full-time to make sure that they have their childcare needs met. And then, of course, in the parent survey going out, the 3.0, we're going to be asking much more specific questions of not just about the learning model that will work best for their family, but what kind of childcare needs will there be, and what are the ages of your students, so that we can do those operational and logistical plans. In addition, besides a blended model, we will have a virtual learning program for families and for students who are not able to come back to school or who do not feel comfortable coming back to school. This is 100% standards aligned for the grade level and the content. So it is not what we've been doing. It's not packets of paper. It's actual standards aligned learning. We currently also have a third program already in place, and it's our independent study program, which currently is for 9th through 12th grade students under specific conditions. And that's a whole different kind of model than the virtual or hybrid model. So those are the 3 models that we are looking at, and our next steps are to do this. First, to continue receiving the feedback. So we're doing a parent survey 3.0, and it will be much more specific. The board needs those data pieces in order to make the decision on June 25th on which models we're going to put in place. Our principals are holding a return to school forum at every site so that we could have some face-to-face time or virtual time or telephone time to have more dialogue about that specific school need in the return to school. We have to continue our conversations and our collaboration with all of our employee groups. And our goal is at our next board meeting, June 25th, that we will have a decision made by the board on which instructional schedule to implement in August and move forward from there.
Okay. Vice President Pizzotti.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on some comments that the superintendent made. You know, I don't think any of the models are low risk except for 100% virtual learning, because even if you come back in a hybrid model, it's going to be contingent upon childcare. And then for the families that have to put their children into childcare on the days in which they're not in class, then they're exposed to a whole different set of kids with different germs. And so there is that factor that is risky in and of itself. While I do agree it's lower risk than 100% back to school, I think it is still, it's still very risky by the sheer fact that they're going to have to go to an after-school program or a childcare program on days in which they're not in school. So that's just one of the things that I think needs to be acknowledged. I'll pass on my other comments until later. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice President Pizzotti.
On this item?
You cut out there. What was that?
No, I'm just wondering, like, before we get into discussion, we usually take public comments after a presentation.
Yeah, we do. We have a couple.
Open it up to anyone on the phone if they were on the phone too.
Yeah. I was going to do that. I know we have at least two. I'm not sure if Ms. Jameson is on the line or not. If you are, you can go ahead and unmute your phone, *6, and go ahead and make your public comment at this time. Otherwise, I can read it. Let's give her a second. I think she might be trying to unmute her phone. Ms. Laura Jameson. Okay. I will go ahead and read her comment. says, when completing the parent survey from last week, I was surprised. The last question gave only two options: 100% distance learning or a combination of in-class or distance learning. We did not appreciate having to choose one of these two options in order to submit the survey. Had we been allowed, I would have chosen the third option, 100% in class. Personally, I think the kids need in-person education and socialization time, and the cons for keeping them at home outweigh the pros. The curve has been flattened, which everyone has apparently forgotten was the original purpose of the shelter in place. We just need to allow our hospitals to catch up. They have caught up. Our kids are going stir crazy. We all are. As we are already seeing, social distancing will break down as parents and kids have had enough, and people will start to gather. If our kids will be exposed, I would rather them be exposed in school and learn something while being around other kids. If our kids are attending in classroom school, it will be much easier to remain socially distant when the kids are not in school than when the kids are not in school. This year, my kids will be in 5th and 7th grade. My 5th grader needs socialization time that does not involve video games. My 7th grader has entered the difficult middle school stage, but doesn't like video games or video game chats, so he really needs in-person socialization. If we continue distance learning, we will have to have a generation that cannot work as a team, has less empathy, and less ability to read others and their own feelings. For their mental health and well-being, these kids need to be around other kids. A combination of class and distance learning will not have the same benefits as full in-class learning. And that's from Miss Laura Jameson. And Miss Jameson, I'd like to thank you for that. And our second public comment that I have is from Miss Christy McKinney. It says, I've completed both surveys and added comments where I could do so. As the school year comes to a close and we prepare for the summer and fall seasons, I think it's imperative to solicit feedback from the administration, teachers, parents, and community at large often. With budget cuts to education being imminent, it's going to be critical that the district's safe return to school plan is thoughtful, realistic, timely, meets the needs of everyone impacted, admin, teachers, staff, students, and families, and budget friendly. My suggestion would be to create a safe return task force. This task force will partner with the district and trustees, so the plan is inclusive of learners from from the last 9 weeks of crisis learning, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Although it would have been great to have created this task force in the early days of distance learning, we have an opportunity to put one in place now and to keep WUSD moving toward the new normal. The Safe Return Task Force that will consist of representatives led from the district office, at least one teacher and one parent, one elementary, one middle school teacher and parent per school from each campus across the district to ensure the needs of all students are understood and that plans are put into place to meet those needs. WUSD has unique programs. Spanish immersion program in the district whose needs are different than a traditional student. By creating a task force in this way, we can better ensure equity and continuity of education for all students. It's critical to equip administrators with the tools and resources that they need to support their campus community. I do understand that there is a joint task force that's been recently included the PTO Leadership Board, but I believe the district needs to be more inclusive and prepared. It sounds like many ideas have been brainstormed, but the district doesn't have any structured plans yet, even if there were basic frameworks that are being adopted as the guidelines change. We need plans that will allow WUSD to be nimble, flexible, and prepared for all possible scenarios. Without a more thoughtful plan, WUSD may see an increase in students transferring out of the district and enrolling in true homeschool programs, charter schools, or private schools. This would hurt WUSD financially with the loss of an average average daily attendance. Please allow WUSD families to help you in putting together a safe return school plan that meets the needs of our community as a whole and the appropriate amount of rigor so that we can move to close the educational gap and create educationally competitive students to make our world a better place. And that's, again, Miss Christy McKinney. So we'd like to thank you for that. With that, we'll go ahead and go to the board, or the board has any
President
additional
Jackson?
questions? Yes, ma'am. Is there another one?
Is Janice Villanueva still on the phone?
Oh.
She did not submit it in writing, but she did say she wanted to leave a public comment. Janice Villanueva? Okay, and Tiffany?
*6.
Oh, *6 to unmute, and Tiffany McFadden?
I'm on the phone.
Tiffany, you're up.
You are up.
Okay. The main thing that I wanted to reinforce is has been all this talk about the task force. I absolutely think the task force needs to include parents from every school site, whether that's the parents that are already on the PAC or different parents. I do not think there should be a task force that does not include the parent voice. And I do not feel that I am appreciative of the forums, absolutely. But I do not feel that holding forums and feeling that notes from a forum are sufficient for the parent voice is the way to go, because there can be so much lost in translation when it's somebody's interpretation of what another person said. So I feel it's very important to include parents on the task force. I also was wondering if there has been any consideration of year-round school as an alternative to maybe be able to make something happen, and was wondering what the ETA is for the survey 3.0 and whether or not we've taken into consideration the masks for students and how that might impact students with anxiety or panic disorder.
Okay, thank you for that.
President Jackson?
Yes.
Is Alicia Gutierrez on the phone? Alicia Gutierrez?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, this is my first time commenting at a board meeting, and I just wanted to echo some of the other comments that have been made by fellow parents within the district. I'm encouraged that there have been many comments made by the superintendent and others that what we will see with regard to distance learning in the fall will be an improvement over the last few months, which were very stressful for a lot of working parents. And I imagine more so with families that don't have the same kind of flexibility that many of us have. I want to echo the suggestions to create a task force that is representative of our district, including parents and the educators. I think the parent voice is getting lost in a lot of these surveys where we don't have options that really fit what we would like to see. I'm also looking forward to the 3.0 version that was mentioned a few minutes ago, and really having some feasible options to kind of dissect and provide input to. And I hope there are I hope the survey includes some open comment boxes that we can utilize to provide specific comments. I think many of us that are taking the surveys are attempting to put those in the open comment boxes, and I'm not sure that they're being captured. So thank you for the opportunity to comment, and thank you for all of the thought that's going into how things are going to look in the fall, and please include the parent voice. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Very much appreciated. So let's see. Are there any additional comments that you have, Ruth?
President Jackson, I cannot see any additional comments on my end.
Okay. And okay. All right. Okay. And I just, Miss Villanueva is not going to make her comment, so we can go ahead and know if anyone from the board has any additional comments there.
President Jackson, this is Trustee Alcala.
Go right ahead.
I really like, I was going to say, I think we all appreciate the comments that the parents made. There were a lot of very innovative ideas that we perhaps can incorporate, into opening the school. And one parent mentioned year-round school. I love the idea, but I know that that would take a lot of negotiating with, our teachers and staff and all. So that's possibly not something that can happen. But there were other things that I think were very important. The idea of options. I mean, obviously, Natomas is offering the 3 options, and that's something that we hadn't done. It's something that we maybe should consider. The idea of a task force, that's a lot of parent involvement, just like we got this evening, and I think that's very important. One thing I did want to mention was we had a comment, I believe, made by, Jeanette Ali, about keeping siblings together on those days. That's something that I really hope we take note of, because that would really probably ease a lot of commuting problems for some parents. So I think that's a real important component that we have to have. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Wong?
Superintendent Luna, is there a date sure where your team, after all these surveys, is planning on presenting a concrete kind of proposal to the board for consideration and well in advance of fall?
We hope to have the board make a decision on the 25th. As of right now, the guidelines have not changed from the past 4-6 weeks in terms of the health and wellness restrictions. In other words, we have not been given the green light for everybody to come back to school at one time. So that could change. Things have been changing overnight. That said, we want the board to see some concrete plans on June 25th. Now, not everything's going to be able to be completely planned out. Actually, I know Educational Services wants to have a safe return task force, but we need that task force to help put in the plans after we know exactly what kind of plans we're going to be implementing. So I think that we have enough information and the guidelines from the California Department of Education and our Yolo County Public Health to make a determination of which program schedule to offer in the fall, because it's going to take time to do the logistics and operations, and that's where our parents on the task force is really going to come into play, and very much needed.
Yeah, but I think that this, sorry.
That's okay. As we talk about a task force, I also want to be just very clear to be intentional about including school nurses and school social workers and school psychologists and outreach workers specifically. I noticed that they were lacking in the on our task force, as well as, quite frankly, the CDE task force, as well as the Department of Public Health. And I know that across the state, people are a little bit concerned that those voices were missing. So I think it should be different in that vein, and because we have really expert staff in those areas, that we need to engage them in safe return to school.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for that comment.
Well, I just wanted to add something real quick there, is that I think one of the things that I admire about this community is the people's willingness to want to help and want to be involved and want to be included in the process. And I don't think it's necessarily including the process because they don't think that the district is capable of doing the job. It's because they honestly, I think it's a sincere desire to want to make sure and to lend a helping hand, more or less. And I think by saying that, well, once we get the plan in place and have an idea of what the plan is, then it's time for input. I think that's kind of a little bit of a disconnect, because I think we need to have the parents telling us, no, we want to have more of an input, so that you guys can have a better understanding of what it is that the parents are facing in trying to get schools going, get schools going back into the fall. And we need to be a part of that planning process. And so I think that's really what parents are asking for. Hey, include us in the process. Just like Trustee Wong just said, we need to include our parents, we need to include our school nurses, our school psychologists, so that we have a complete and comprehensive plan. And then that way we're not trying to fit pieces into the plan after the plan's already been made and then make it look like, well, people had input. I think we have to work as a cohesive team as we try and figure this thing out. Because unless there's someone here who's already planned, whoever's already developed a plan of how to return schools back during the middle of a pandemic, then please let me know. But otherwise, none of us know what the hell we're doing. We're all trying to figure this out. And I think everyone has valuable input from different perspectives and different ideas and different viewpoints, and they're all valuable. And I think that just from the sheer number of public comments that we've had on the different issues that we've had tonight, that should show us that, what? People are concerned, and I think we owe them the opportunity to be able to give their input. Vice President Pizzotti.
Yeah, thank you, President Jackson. I concur with you on your sentiments there. I've been concerned greatly about, how do we provide the best possible education in a different environment? Because what we had in the last couple of days, while good in some areas, was really just crisis management in others, right? And I know I speak from experience, and I'm sure you do too, and all the people here on the phone can probably attest to it. It was a tough situation to pick up and switch just like that. I'm very concerned about the learning gap that was created from that period of time which we had to close schools, and the time in which we've now gone from our crisis management learning to what we create and develop into a rigorous program of virtual learning and in-class learning and so forth. So I agree that there needs to be some input from families, a voice given, and an opportunity to speak what they think and participate in this and give their thoughts on what is needed. Because what works for me doesn't work for you, or doesn't work for another family, right? And I totally understand, because I'm going to be one of those families where in the fall, or in August, not fall, but there's going to be nobody at home, right? So a hybrid system is going to be really dicey for us, but we'll have to find a way to make it work if that's what it's chosen. There was another comment made by one of the people on the phone, I believe Ms. McFadden. She mentioned year-round schools. I went to a year-round school and I absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. But having said that, that's a collective bargaining matter, and our school year for next year has already been set. So it's an item in which we can't really address. But I personally did love my year-round school. I know President Jackson, you gave me the icky face on that, but I totally dug it. So I just wanted to leave you with
that. Trustee Wong.
I have a follow-up question for Superintendent Luna in regards to the plan that will be presented to us on June 25th, which is a short turnaround. I am hoping that that plan will include specific plans for our English language learners, our special ed kids, as well as our DI programs, just because I know that right now we're talking in huge generalities, but I think that some discussion should be had about the specifics with those specific populations that we have prioritized. So I know that the learning needs are really different in those three populations, and I would like to kind of hear, even at the broad level, what the staff thinking is in regards to that, to ensure the fidelity of programming in those three areas.
Absolutely, thank you.
Clerk Irvin Gonzalez.
Okay, thank you. I took a lot of notes. I really appreciated hearing all of the public comment. And as you know, my board colleagues have said, the comments range from all over, and it shows us that we do need options. As a teacher, my emphasis is in child development. And so as a teacher, you know, we want to be in that classroom with our kids academically and emotionally, because we know it's important. As a mom, working mom, I worry about my kids emotionally. Academically, I want them in that classroom, and the same is true as a trustee. But I can't fake being a public health officer. You know, that's not my role, and it's not any of our roles. And so it's our job to listen to the experts that we have and their guidance. And as it was said earlier, that's an ongoing conversation every single week. So I really want our public to understand that these are ongoing conversations as things are changing. Staff is changing. And I wrote down multiple times flexible, because that is what we need to be right now, and creative. And so I have a few questions. One being today, Tony Thurman, again, it reiterates all the information we see. He came out again and said expect class sizes 10 to 15. Superintendent Luna, you said with our rooms that those would be 12 to 14. So my question is, we know that some of our class sizes are above 14. That's why I believe his guidance maybe was 15, knowing we can teach up to 32 in upper grades. So my question is, as we look at finances, we look at everything else, what does that look like? Does that look like a teacher's caseload may possibly be capped at 28? Are you thinking right now?
That's a good question. I think that it depends, because we're going to provide multiple options. So a teacher may have already right now on their schedule, because we've, as you heard Director Moisich say, we've already made the schedules and the plans as if we were going to reopen school normally. That would be that every school has that in place. So if a teacher has 28 students, which is what our contract, I believe, says for 4th and 5th grade, out of those 28 students, there will be, based on the parent survey, 20% of our students in each grade level are not comfortable coming back and will do the 100% virtual learning. So until we know and have the parents literally have to sign up by student, the virtual 100% independent study or the hybrid model, if we're not allowed to all come back at once, we will be able to know more about how many students a teacher really might have coming back to school. Because parents, out of the 28, maybe 4 students are not going to come back to school and want to do virtual. That would leave 24 kids in a hybrid model, 12 and 12. So it really depends on every single student response on coming back to school. It's not that simple to say, okay, we're going to do this and then this amount of kids, because it's not going to be that way. It's going to be based on every parent's decision on whether they take the 100% virtual, or if they we bring the siblings in one hybrid schedule, or, you know, perhaps enough parents want to say, we want 100%. And is that possible? I mean, would the public health shut us down because we wouldn't be able to socially distance for 6 feet apart with 24 kids in one classroom? Would they come in and say, you're not allowed to do that after we've put that in place? So as of right now, the CDE and the county public health have not given us that option. But I know there's more pressure to it because some school districts are actually dipping their toe into it. So I know tomorrow will look different.
Yeah. Okay. And I think, yeah. And I have a lot of sympathy for people who are talking about vulnerable situations. I've shared this before. Grandparents watch our kids and we have one in chemo. And so, and that is not a unique situation, which is why I share it. Because we have families in all different situations, and we have an obligation to make sure our students are that we're following the health guidelines, that they're safe. So, okay, I appreciate that. Balancing class size is hard. It's hard normally in a classroom. So trying to balance this will be a big task. So the next one I wanted to ask about was the task force. And so it doesn't have to be right now, though it could, but I think sharing with the community, not necessarily names, but just some of the positions so that they see we have people on this current task force from all of our different schools. I think we've heard loud and clear about parent voice too, which is important. But I think that uncovering a little bit of that so people know that all of our schools are represented and whatnot would be helpful to know. So again, positions or names, but I think positions are sufficient insights. And then in terms of volunteers, I'm thinking about, I have had the joy of often volunteering in kindergarten. Taught kindergarten years ago, and I prefer volunteering. And I'm thinking about that work of, man, I was in there the day that we had to announce our closures, and I was watching and really watching our kids closely. We just wash their hands, and it is a hard job to do these guidelines with our youngest learners. And so I'm wondering if there is a place, I know you've listed on some of this, to limit volunteers, which I absolutely understand, but I also wonder if there's a place for volunteers within this, if we can get creative of how maybe we can have families to help us if we have a few that are committed to be in the hallways or whatnot. And I don't know in terms of our classified employees what that looks like, but I just wanted to throw that out in terms of looking at our volunteers.
Yeah, thank you for that. When I was going through the CDE guidelines, it really pained me to say that we have to limit access because every year hundreds and hundreds more volunteers sign up in our district because we offer the free fingerprinting and background checks for all of our parents who want to provide their volunteer time and service to their children's classrooms and other classrooms that they're connected to. We will have to make a plan for that depending on the size of the school, on the pathways of the school itself as well, and where we will need more help. As I think you saw on some of the slides, it says additional supervision is needed to ensure that students will not congregate and make large groupings. So we will definitely even need more volunteers for that too.
Okay, thank you. And then I had just two more points I wanted to make. And one is, as districts are looking at their other spaces, and I know we have some large schools and that we don't necessarily have the luxury of a lot of extra classrooms. So I understand that. But as we look at maybe getting creative with a multi here, a library here, and maybe bringing on students who need additional support in terms of reading intervention or other needs like that, I think I've seen some districts that are doing the work to focus on their youngest learners first in that, K3, who have a harder time maybe being more independent. And so I thought that was an interesting piece of them. They said as they look at opening up those rooms, they're first prioritizing their youngest students. So I wanted to share that. And then I just wanted to share, I know there's a lot of nerves and anxiety, you know, and as a mom and everything else, I feel it too. And with the unknown, but I do want to share as an educator in another district, in another county, we heard some comments tonight that we're far behind. And I want to let you know, and I think President Jackson would probably agree that the work that we are doing is the work that is being done all over. You might have heard an announcement here or there, but this hard work of really digging in and how do we really look through these guidelines that just came out again. I want to commend the work staff is doing. And again, with that, I want to thank all of the families for their input and for their sharing.
Thank you for that, Clerk Gonzalez. I want to echo those statements because, and those sentiments, because I do want people to understand. It seems like, it might seem like we're far behind because there hasn't been a whole lot of information that's come out. Well, let's understand that that's been deliberate because there hasn't been a whole lot of information to go out. You know, we could have made a lot of conjecture and things like that and guesses about what we were going to do and stuff like that. But I hope people understand that we are really limited what we can do until we get the guidance from CDE and then also then from Yolo County. Well, guess what? We just got those 2 days ago. And so, but even before that, the district has been working and making plans. I do wish that we made a more concerted effort to make sure that all of our stakeholders had a seat at the table as we kind of work through this. Because I think they can provide us with some valuable information and valuable perspectives and things that we may quite frankly may overlook, and things and perspectives that we may not have thought about. So, and I thought we had addressed this at the last board meeting, but it's vitally important that we have input from our parents. It's vitally important that our school nurses and our school psychologists and our school counselors, that they have a role and have a seat in the discussions on how things are going to move forward. To me, that's critical. To me, that's how we build and help build the dynamic of the district and build the community and the culture of our district, and we improve that by letting people know, hey, you know, we hear what you're saying, we're listening, we value your input. And I think that's what people want to know, is because, you know what, everything is uncertain at this point, and we do need to be flexible. We need to be able to pivot and maybe go in a different direction, because the guidance that we got 2 days ago could very well be different in 3 weeks. Who knows what it's going to look like? You know, we may get ready to start school in August, and all of a sudden the guidelines change again. What are we going to do at that point? And I think the more scenarios that we can address, the more scenarios that we can kind of have the answers to, or at least have started to think about, the better. But again, I can't stress any more the importance of us making sure that our parents are involved, not only in the discussions, but in the decision process. And not because we're not capable of making the decisions, but because we value the input of our parents. We value the input of our community, because ultimately those are the people that we are serving. And I think it's important to take that into consideration. So I'll just leave it at that. Vice President Posadi.
Yeah, you know, Trustee Wong brought up an interesting point, and I think it's one worth repeating, about special ed and having a specific plan for that, especially in a virtual or distance capacity. You know, parents aren't equipped on how to teach a kid with, you know, dyslexia or ADHD or is on the spectrum or what have you. At least I certainly wasn't. I know many others out there like me aren't. And there was very little resources for us to get that kind of help. And so a very detailed and laid out plan on how we can access those resources, how we can get help, especially when it comes to the virtual portion of online learning. It would be a real benefit. So I look forward to seeing that inclusion. And thank you for bringing that up, Trustee Wong.
Okay. Anything further for M2? All right. Then we'll go ahead and move on to M3, end of the year report, after school program and childcare. Mr. Moises.
Thank you once again. This is going to be a quick down and dirty update here for you. And we'll just wait momentarily. But while we're waiting, I want to also mention that our coordinator, Rahele Atabaki, she's also available for technical questions. So she's here as well with me.
Good evening, everyone.
So, one second, the slides don't show everything on my screen, so I'm just gonna have to pull up a version for myself here. Pardon me. Okay, so the first slide should show you the number of students that we've served in our after schools programs this year. We served a total of 977, 232 of those being in YMCA, 130 in Champions, and 615 with our ACES program. So this year, some of the different challenges that we have presented and talked about with you, back in February, as you recall, we had a presentation on this subject. Westmore Oaks had a very low ACES enrollment this year. We also, due to low enrollment, Champions closed its program at Westmore Oaks on December 31st and also at Riverbank on February 21st. However, just to point out, all the students who were in those situations were placed with the ACES program or other child care facilities so that we could meet their needs. This year, we spent a lot of time working on a new policy and guidelines, which were created to mitigate some of the long wait lists in the ACES program, but also to ensure equity, most importantly, in the entire program. So definitely those are things we spent a lot of time on this year. Going forward, we currently have no wait list for WUSD students. The ACES program will continue to serve Stonegate, Westfield, Elkhorn, Riverbank, and Westmore Oaks campuses as it did this year. One exception is Elkhorn will also have a pay-for-fee service for students that didn't qualify for ACES under the new WUSD board guidelines. Champions this year will only be at Stonegate, not at the other campuses that they started out with last year. YMCA, they will continue to serve Bridgeway Island and Southport.
Stan, can you make note of what is happening at Elkhorn, pay for a fee? Because I noticed that not Champions or YMCA.
Correct. So thank you for asking that question. Yes, we are doing something new this year. we do, because of the space and because of our guidelines, if we had not implemented a pay-for-fee service for the students who did not qualify, they would have had a difficult time with childcare after school. So to meet that need, we've worked with ACES to create kind of a hybrid at that campus so that those parents could still and their students could still participate in ACES on a pay-for-fee service with working with Washington Unified School District. That way, none of the students at Elkhorn are missing out on ACES. It's just that some of them will be doing this through a pay-for-fee service. And when I say some of them, I mean students who didn't qualify under the guidelines.
Gotcha. So it's a mixed delivery system.
Correct. I do want to note too at the bottom that YMCA and Champions, they require a minimum of 25 students to remain open on those campuses. That's their business model for profit. This shows you a little bit more about the enrollment of ACES at each school. As you can see, Westmore is now basically full. So we were able through recruitment to build up that to where it needs to be. Elkhorn has 169 students, and note that out of that 169, 40 of those students are candidates for the ACES pay-for-fee service program. For next year, we're projecting a very similar enrollment with YMCA and Champions. So at this point, we don't have an exact number, but we do expect it to exceed 100 in all those places. YMCA at Bridgeway, YMCA at Southport, and Champions at Stonegate, which is basically where they were last year.
Hey,
lastly,
Stan,
we wanted, sorry.
Quickly, Stan, in terms of spacing, are we going to have enough physical space for 100 plus at each site?
So typically, as you know, what usually happens is in a regular school year or any school year, these programs, their schedules revolve around the main school program. Whatever our school schedule is, that's what their programs revolve around. With us not having that in place yet, it's hard to know exactly. We may have to make some adjustments to that plan. But of course, we're wanting to meet the needs of everybody as best as possible. But until our school schedule is in place, it's going to be hard to make sure their schedule is in place as well.
Okay, thank you.
Lastly, we do have two of these programs do have summer programs that are going on. YMCA at Bridgeway Island has 50 students enrolled. YMCA at Westmore Oaks has 50 students. It's at Westmore Oaks because of a facility issue that was at Southport over the summer. They're working on the roof. And so each facility, we're not able to put more than 50 students at a facility. So we moved them to the next closest facility, which is Westmore Oaks. Champions is also having a summer program at Stonegate, and they have 40 students currently enrolled. And as I said, it's kind of down and dirty, and that's it for this portion of it.
Okay. Do we have any questions from the board on that one? I don't think if there's any public comments on M3. I don't have any, at least.
Now, my comments are just going to be once we finalize a plan, then how does childcare figure into that, and what does it look like?
Yeah.
That's going to be at a later date, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Hi, President Jackson. I would like to make a public comment, but obviously the board needs to speak first.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Thanks, Ms. Orley West. We'll get to you.
I thought public goes first after presentation, but.
Well, if you want to go ahead, we can go ahead and let that go. Dr. Orley West, go ahead.
Thank you. I am really heartened to hear that ACES will be available in a mixed payment delivery model at Elkhorn. Obviously, earlier pre-COVID that we discussed the issues that we had with champions and being under enrolled. I have been notified that there will be this mixed method payment delivery. What we haven't been notified is what the cost will be and details. We've just been notified that this opportunity does exist. And so I will be waiting with bated to hear what childcare will actually look like and what the cost will be. But again, I want to say that I appreciate the board's strong advocacy around the issue of childcare and making sure that all families are able to have their needs met at Elkhorn.
Great. Thank you for that. Are there any additional public comments in regards to M3, or after school program and childcare? Okay, Trustee Wong.
Just quick questions, Dan. I know that some, and I don't know if this is still in the plans, but some sites do enrichment programs. I don't know if you kind of thought about how that will function next year, and if they will in some fashion. Is there priority for YMCA Champions ACEs over these programs? Or what has staff been thinking about in terms of just putting that together, considering Vice President Pizzotti's first question about capacity, keeping kids to 10, cohorts of 10, et cetera?
That's a good question, and we're going to have to look at that more deeply, to be honest with you. At this point, there's just quite a bit revolving around the regular academic school schedules. And the next big priority, of course, seems to be how to work that with many childcare needs for our families. So we haven't quite gotten that detailed to think about how some of these enrichment programs might fit in. We definitely see value in them. However, there's a few things that come a little bit higher along in the priority hierarchy right now.
And just for transparency, what are those what is that when you talk about hierarchy?
Oh, I mean the academic schedule itself, and the childcare issues that can be associated with it. That's what I meant.
Gotcha. Thank you for the clarity.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, did you have a question?
I did. Sorry, I'm having a child meltdown. Not right now. This is important. Okay. Somebody went to bed a while ago and it's okay. So I just wanted to just do a quick thanks, because having all of this information, obviously we didn't know we were going to be in the situation we're here in now. But having these partnerships with the ACEs expanded, with YMCA, with Champions, it's really nice to already have those existing partnerships as we now look at what next year will look like for families who need childcare. And I know it's heavy on their minds. And so I'm glad that we have these existing partnerships, and just a thanks for your work.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Stan. I appreciate it. And you too, Rahale.
Yeah, I was going to say that's who needs to be thanked the most.
Sure, thank you.
Great. All right. There's nothing else. Thank you guys for that. We really appreciate it. I know that's not an easy thing to get taken care of, especially in light of everything that's currently going on, but we appreciate the work. M4, presentation of by Lighthouse Charter School with an annual update. Mr. Taylor.
Yes. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Awesome. Great. It's nice to see you all. This is week 2 for me in my role as the superintendent of Lighthouse Charter School, and I know most of you, but I've lived here in West Sac for 15 years and been involved in public education for almost 20 years. So this is a really exciting time for me to be in this role, and we're just excited for a lot of the things that are happening both at Lighthouse and at our charter school down in Clarksburg Delta Elementary Charter School. So, and I'm also joined here by Peter Stone, who's our Chief Business Officer, to answer any questions, particularly when we get to the financial slides. So as you can note on the slide presentation, this was originally sent to the board back in March of 2020 when this annual report was to be given. But as all of the events have proceeded since then, we all know that there's been a lot of things happening. And so we are here to give the presentation that would have been given several months ago, and we'll fill in some updates along the way. But I'm going to go fairly quickly through it because a lot of this information is somewhat dated at this point. But our educational program overview pre-COVID closure was our completely Common Core aligned instruction. We focus on project-based learning. We've moved to be part of the El Dorado Charter SELPA, which includes, which we also have hired our own full-time on-site special education team to serve our students. And we've really leaned into the mental health needs of our students, bringing a group called Wellness Together for school-based therapy in Tier 2 and earned services for the students. And then we've been doing a lot of work this school year around online reading interventions with IXL and with some multisensory reading interventions through Sonday. And as we moved into the distance learning plans, we were able to lean in even more on those. And if we go to slide 3, these are now SBAC 2018-19 results, which we all know the state test was suspended. So we wanted to bring the most current data that we had, which on slide 3 shows about 39% met or exceeded in ELA. And on slide 4 shows about 41% met or exceeded in math. And then we put the comparisons of schools on there for the board to take a look at. On slide 5, we in our previous conversations I've been made aware of, we've talked a lot about staff qualifications and staff retention rates. So we pulled a bunch of data together to track our staff retention over time. And what we found in the 5 years of the school, we're up to 17 teachers, and we have an 86% retention rate of our staff. So our team is this tracks really closely with what we see at our team and at Delta Elementary Charter in Clarksburg, that we have founding teachers that are still there 13 years later. So we do have a pretty high teacher retention rate of our folks.
Hey Matt, can I stop you for a second?
Yeah, question.
And
Yeah,
go back to that last
go ahead.
slide?
Yep, I'm there.
So I was looking at that when I was looking at the credential, and it says preliminary. There's like 11 preliminary credentials and then 12 clear. Is that correct?
Yeah, I didn't count it myself, but that sounds about right.
Okay. So so preliminary means within the first and second year of their credential, right?
Yes.
Okay.
They have not yet gone through they've not gone through their BITSA and cleared their credentials yet.
Okay. So can you, I mean, is there an anecdotal reason why there's such a high number of preliminary credentials in there as opposed to people that have cleared?
As the school's been growing, I can dive deep into it and give you some more information at future presentations. But as the school's been growing, we've been hiring, new staff, and I think that there's a lot of new staff that are, coming into our program, that are excited about the things that we're offering. So that's the anecdotal information I've been able to glean so far.
Okay, because that was one of my concerns.
I can dig a little more.
Yeah, that was one of my concerns with the renewal petition last time. Was okay. I noticed the I think there was only like 5 staff that had greater than 2 years experience at the school. So that was, I mean, teacher retention is big because it builds continuity, right? Continuity of education. And so that was something that I was really worried about. And I was hoping that would be fostered. And that whatever you plan to do about that in the future, there's an existing, you show a framework or a plan on how to do that.
Perfect. Yeah, we will definitely do that. And one of the ways that we've actually been fostering that culture this school year has been doing a lot of our mentoring between our existing teachers and the new teachers and the existing teachers from our Delta Charter site up here to Lighthouse. So building that continuity of culture has we think, done a lot towards improving this retention rate. So I think as we move along and as the school stabilizes at its full size, very quickly in the next couple of years, that it will, we'll see a lot more of those preliminaries becoming clears, and then those teachers sticking with us long term. So that's our goal, because we value longevity in our staff. That's how we're gonna close achievement gaps, is having experienced teachers do the work. So I'm 100% in agreement with you.
Okay. And while I have the floor for a second, President Jackson, I'm going to make a motion to extend beyond 10 o'clock. Okay.
We have a motion to extend past 10 o'clock. Do I have a second? I guess nobody wants to extend.
I'll second.
Okay. I'm sure we have seconds. All right. So roll call vote, obviously. Vice President Posada?
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Wong?
Does Superintendent Taylor want to proceed with this presentation?
I'm at the pleasure of the board. If you want to be done, I can be done.
Aye.
All right, Trustee Alcala?
Aye.
All right, Matt, go ahead. We'll extend it past.
All right. We'll keep moving. See if I can get this done before 10 o'clock. Admissions, we've talked before, and we've seen things around admissions before. We wanted to make sure that we were sharing the priority lists on how transfers work. There's a lottery process that's already taken place for this next school year, and then wait lists and all of those things. Let's see. And then slide 7 is around the ethnic balance of the school. And so this is looking at an ethnic diversity index to try to see sort of what the index of the student population looks like at Lighthouse versus other schools, trying to index that in some way using some of the data from CDE. The demographics are in line with what the census population projections of West Sac in 2019 look like. And then we do a lot of work in our under-resourced communities, trying to encourage a strong set of diverse students at our schools. We're actually leaning into work this year around DEI. We're having a whole program for our students. Hopefully, as we come back to school next year, really leaning into some conversations about diversity, equity, and inclusion with our students, with our staff, and with our community. On slide 8, we wanted to share some information about discipline and disenrollment. We track all of our discipline in our student information system. So far, up into closure, we had 45 minor offenses and 8 major offenses. We had 3 suspensions in the 1920 school year and 0 expulsions. That is how we track a lot of our systems that are sort of dashboard related. Even though the dashboard's suspended, we still want to track that data for our own use.
Hey Matt, can you tell me what constitutes a major offense for you guys?
So we have a discipline matrix that's laid out in our handbook, and if the offense sort of moves across certain criteria, it becomes a major offense. The three suspensions that we had were all related to hands-on between one student and another. Someone pushed somebody, somebody struck somebody, and they were mostly in the upper elementary grades. We really focus on PBIS to try and address those issues early on and have the students reflect on their behavior rather than moving towards a punitive measure of discipline. So we've really worked on that piece throughout this year. All right, slide 9, disputes. We have a uniform complaint policy as part of our charter. and all those complaints are reviewed by the superintendent, and there were no complaints filed with Lighthouse during the 1920 school year. Slide 10, handbooks and safety. I mentioned the handbook that includes the discipline information. We also have a health services provider that's called K-12 Health that provides us with a lot of health office guidelines. They're being very essential to us as we are, overviewing our facilities for possibilities of next year. They manage our medication administration policy, so we can ensure that our students we're following all those rules along there. And then we also have a comprehensive safety plan. And all these documents are absolutely available as part of the MOU packet that we have with the district. And then slide 11, our last slide, is around our financial review. So based on our second interim budget, which was when this presentation was put together, we were focused on, we had a little bit of revenue was down due to a little bit of lower enrollment and a little bit of lower ADA, and then offsetting expenses of 66,000 in our contracted educational services, and we were slightly over budget by about 100,000 in our by our first interim forecasts, and our net assets at that time were about 400,000, and the reserves were about 10.3%. So those were well above the requirements in the MOU that we need to meet. And we just had our board adopt our budget this week that will maintain our required reserves for the next 3 years. We made sure that when we were putting our budget together for the next 3 years, that we were keeping in mind the required reserves that were required to meet through the MOU. So we made sure that all of our budgets were meeting that over the next 3 years. And that concludes my presentation. And Peter and I are happy to answer questions if you have any.
Yeah, you guys gonna be able to loan us some money if we need it? Go ahead, Kobe.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at your demographics of your students, and it looks like you're starting to become more of a diverse student population.
Yep.
And since equity is a really big thing to us, we're trying to lean into having more of a reflective teaching population and staff population of the community in which we're serving. So what's your plan to try and make your staff more reflective of the students they serve?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Yeah, the demographics I think have been changing. We've been really focused on outreach and making sure that we are intentional about the communities that we reach into as far as recruiting and our plans around that. And you can see that that's being effective over time. It's not just word of mouth and recreating the same school that we've always had. It's intentionally reaching out and trying to change the population. It just takes a little time for that to sort of work through the system. As far as staff is concerned, we are very much focused on equity as well. I know most of you, and if you know anything about my career, I spent the last 5 years at the Fortune School of Education, working in Sacramento, focused on closing achievement gaps for African American students with Dr. Fortune over there. And so we've been really that's something I am very big on as a leader, and we are intentional about how we hire staff. And our new ed specialist that we just hired for Lighthouse is an African American female that came from the Bay Area that will be working with our students. So we are really focused on making sure that our staff reflects the diversity of our students. So we have Spanish speaking staff, we have Russian speaking staff, we have English speaking staff, of course. So yeah, trying to make sure we reflect the diversity of our community in our staff.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I do have a question also. When you mentioned you had, thank you. When you mentioned, I'm sorry, Spanish-speaking staff, are they your teachers?
We have several Spanish-speaking teachers, and then we also have office staff that are bilingual. So when we have, we have the need for translations of documents or answering phones, we have bilingual staff in the office as well.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, and our new vice principal that we just hired has some bilingual experience as well. So that's exciting.
Mm-hmm. But are they Latino?
No, she's actually not. Our vice principal is not, but she speaks Spanish fairly well.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Clerk Gonzalez.
Thank you. Congratulations, Matt, and welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. So my questions, I have a few, and one would be it was important to us that looking at the board dynamic that West Sacramento was represented, that Lighthouse was represented on the board. So can you tell us who your board members are that represent your Lighthouse families?
So as far as West Sacramento board members, we have, I'm counting them in my head. We have 3 that are West Sacramento residents, and 2 board members are specifically designed to represent Lighthouse, that they come from there, and we have 2 that specifically represent Delta Charter. So we have a 9-member board.
Sure. So
Yeah.
do your 2 board members for Lighthouse, do they have children or grandchildren in the school?
They both do. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great.
One is a behaviorist that works at a school district up north, and another works at the California Department of Education. They're both amazing women that know a lot about education, and yeah, in my couple of board meetings so far, they've really added a ton to the conversation.
Good. Okay, I'm glad, because I know there was change, and so we were just watching to hope that that stayed. So good.
Yep. Yes.
And then the other piece, we've talked about this. It's been talked about for quite a long time, and that is that the board agendas, it's hard to get any information. So you said that a board agenda, the budget was just passed. Well, I looked at what I believe is your last budget, and it says the CBO is reported that he's still working with principals. I don't see any budget. And this isn't specific to the budget, but it just goes with the lack of information. And it was brought up at renewal that there's not any attachments ever posted on your agendas. So if somebody was to come in and look, and let's say your parents were to come in and look, they can't get information of what is your budget. You can't find the document. You have a discussion on what school reopening will look like we did tonight, which was very robust, and our attachments are all there. And so I find that whenever I go to the agendas, I have a really hard time accessing any type of information. And so
got it. Okay.
I have been told in the past that would happen, that they would start to be all updated with that. So I hope that moving forward, not just for us as oversight, but just for your families.
Yeah.
Too. Yeah.
For sure. That is something I can definitely work on. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Wong.
Superintendent Taylor, since we've had a lot of discussion about this, what are your plans for return to school post COVID-19? Because I know that space is an issue with you all.
Yes. Yeah, we are in well, I was taking copious notes listening to you all as well. We just did a parent survey over the last 2 weeks. So we have about 900 families combined between our 2 schools, and we had about 500 families respond to our survey. So we are diving deep into that data right now. My background is in data and assessment and analytics, so I'm living in pie charts and spreadsheets right now. And our plan is to have a leadership retreat where our leadership team will dig into those data in a really deep and robust way to come up with information, looking at what the parent feedback was, looking at what the staff feedback was, because we also did a staff survey to find out what our staff needs were. And then we're going to come up with plans to take to our board at our July meeting. We we didn't think we were ready to make a decision, especially since I'm so new, to make a decision at our last meeting in June. So we wanted to give a little more time for me to catch up and be able to provide a good recommendation to our team in July.
But you've been in education for a while and following this.
Yes.
So as superintendent of, just curious.
So we're in similar places to where you are. Those series of options. We want to be able to have trigger plans in place. If we're at this level, if the county says this, here's the plan. We want to think about all of that in the summertime when we're not stressed out about kids in front of us or parents, being asking us a bunch of questions because it's summer and it's kind of calmer. We can have, different plans for different scenarios. If this happens, this is the plan. If this happens, this is the plan. And then we just need to execute on those plans and then staff accordingly. And so we've tried to build into our budget some flexibility around staffing, where if we need to do a hybrid model, some of our yard duties would move to, classroom aides or those hall monitor types of positions because we can't be doing recess. We might have our food service people delivering coolers to the classrooms rather than serving lunch in the cafeteria. So all of those scenarios, we're just having to deal with flexibility. I think Superintendent Luna said it perfectly. It's like everything changes, and then we just have to be flexible as those changes come down the pipe.
Okay. I have a finance question for you. So it doesn't look like it will be in qualified budget status. And to Clerk Kirby Gonzalez's question is that how did you manage to do that, maintain a 10.3% reserve considering May Revise had across the board cuts? Just out of curiosity, how was that? And I didn't know if that was, because benefits.
Yeah, our class sizes are a little larger. Oh, sorry. Our class sizes are a little bit bigger. We have 32 students in our upper elementary grades. So we have a little larger revenue in those grade levels to be able to maintain that. And we don't, we don't provide transportation at our school here in West Sac, and that's I know a large cost for a school district that we don't do. So those are a couple of differences that I can see sort of right off the top.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Taylor?
No, just congratulations, Matt.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you. And we're happy to come back once you have in-person board meetings and you can meet our principal and we can do, hopefully we can show you our school. Our new multi-purpose room is being built. If you've driven near the school, the multi-purpose room will be finished at the end of July. So we'll have that going for the middle school students to be able to socially distance in however they come back.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate your depth of knowledge and data, because that was a really important issue of ours.
Good. I'm happy to be there, and I'll work on this agenda thing, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Much appreciate it.
All right. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Likewise. Okay. With that, we shall move on to our no, take it back. We have a couple of items that we moved from consent agenda that we need to address. N2, Trustee Alcala.
Thank you. I asked this to be pulled out of respect and honor for some of the parents from Riverbank who have called me on the phone, and some actually approached me when I was over at Artiaga's market. I don't know how, because I had my mask on, but they recognized me. And they wanted to express how sad they felt that their principal was leaving. They love the co-principal team, and they felt that the outreach that they did that was created in that year created a lot of collaboration, and they felt like true partners while she was there. I heard public comment by Mr. Gardner, and his comment pretty much resonated with some of the things I heard from some of the other parents at Riverbank. They expressed a need for longevity in the principles that they have because they feel it's very important. It's a very important part in feeling valued as parents, and also, you know, to cementing the parent participation. And that's the reason I pulled it. Many of them could, could not address this like they normally have at some of our meetings. So they wanted me to express that. And that's the only reason I pulled this, because I think it's really important. We all know how important it is to hear from our parent partners. And we need to hear, you know, how they feel about anything and everything that happens here at WSD. So that was my comment. And that's all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that, Trustee Alcala. But since we did went ahead and pulled that, since we pulled it from the consent agenda, do we have a motion to approve?
I will move to approve.
Okay, so moved by Vice President Pizzati. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. Okay, start at the bottom, work our way back up. Start at the end of the line. Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
Okay, Trustee Wong.
One, I don't appreciate being at the quote unquote bottom of the line.
I usually start from the okay.
Just because we don't have titles, I believe Trustee Alcala and I have the same voting.
You guys are phenomenal.
So, I
was just saying if we were going to go alphabetically, you know, I'm just saying, that's all.
In all forms of speech, President.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzati.
Aye.
I also vote aye. N2 is passed. Okay. N6 was pulled by myself, and I pulled N6 out of concern for champions and the things that happened, the way things kind of played out at Elkhorn this past year. And I was a little bit reticent to pass renewing a contract with champions without being assured that the issues that had surfaced at Elkhorn, that those issues have been addressed with them, and that we will not have a repeat of that situation again, because otherwise, I think I said it publicly at the time, is that for me, the way that was handled, the way that whole thing went down, I was, in the way it left our families in a lurch, was completely unacceptable in my eyes, and it's something that we can need to assure our parents, regardless of where champions is going to be, that that will not be repeated. So that was my reasoning for pulling N6. I just needed some clarification on the terms of the contract before we went ahead and just blanketly approved that. Vice President Pizzati.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. What happened with champions at Elkhorn was, you know, unexcusable. And at least this time they're at one school and they have more than enough students enrolled to where it's assured that they will not do that again. And so there's over 100 kids enrolled there into their program. So you know, needing only 25 to maintain. So I'm comfortable with where they're at right now, but I do appreciate what you're saying, because that was really harsh. To just fold up shop in the middle of the year, it's not acceptable.
Yeah. Okay. Trustee Wong.
Oh. I can go after Superintendent Luna.
Okay. Go ahead, Superintendent Luna.
Yeah, President Jackson, I just wanted to answer your question and your concerns about the Champions contract. So that is why we have a blended ACES program over at Elkhorn, because of the challenges that we experienced last year and the flexibility we have with the ACES program dollars. The other thing I'm really glad about at the Elkhorn program moving forward next year is that nobody's going to know. Out of all those 140 kids, nobody's going to know or care at that point, because everybody's going to be in the same program. And it'll be based on needs, and it'll be a lot more focused on just the kids and not worrying about who's in, who's paying. That said, Champions, as you saw, is only going to be located at Stonegate because they have over 100 kids that they consistently had in their program last year. It was successful, and so that's why we're leaving it there. They're currently running a summer program of 40 students as well, with the social distancing, 10 students per adult. So Stonegate is a good match.
I appreciate that comment, Superintendent Luna. It also raises another question for mine. It means that Stonegate kids also are in that position where people know who pays and doesn't pay, which just came to mind. And the other thing is, I think, President Jackson, you're right. At some level, we are rewarding bad behavior because they kind of cut bait, or it's an English kind of phrase that I don't really, English language learner, is for our North Side schools. And that doesn't feel good in terms of rewarding bad behavior, especially in communities who needed it, and just saying, well, we just wanted to quit. And it wasn't just Elkhorn. It was all the other schools on the North Side as well.
I actually forgot about that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, and with
that said, I understand that parents at Stonegate want consistency, but I let the record show that their business model, actually, they cut an agreement, in the middle of the year with us. And so it's hard to reward bad business behavior.
Right.
Because it's a verbal commitment to Superintendent Luna and us. So
right, and honestly, that was another one of the reasons why I pulled it, because I was like, I don't know, it left the way that whole thing played out really left a bad taste in my mouth, and I don't know. So, Kirby Gonzalez.
I was just going to bring up the point that isn't it the same for YMCA and Champions, the cap of needing 25 students to have a program run? Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are. They are.
Yeah. So I just wanted to share, and I agree, there were things that could have been done differently, certainly. But if we don't have 25 students at a school site, then I don't know how you serve students at certain sites. So I just wanted to bring, I hear you loud and clear, but if there are not 25, if this is an outside, these are businesses on the outside that we partner with, not us. So I think it's hard for anyone if the numbers are not there. Am I correct in that?
The only problem that I have with that is the fact that I remember specifically in the board meeting, they explicitly told us that they would be there for the entire year. The fact and the problem the other problem I have with that is then we actually had President Wong at the time make a video assuring our parents in that community that they were not going anywhere, only to turn around 4-5 weeks later and to basically abandon all of those schools on the south side, on the north side of town. Just the way the whole thing played out, it wasn't right. And
I'm not in the business of being, I'm a person of
high
integrity.
I agree.
I don't like being forced to make that. And quite frankly, the business model, YMCA has been good to us from a business model, and they could take over Stonegate as they have in other places. So 25-25, I don't see why we need a second contract for Champions except for the fact that it's consistent for families. And I understand the need for maybe summer because they've already started, but I'm just going to put it out there that YMCA is a business model who has been trusted with us for years now.
Well, and the fact that if I'm not, in fact, I had to go to a meeting. I actually went to a meeting with parents from Stonegate last year because of issues that they were having with the after school program there last year, at around the same time that we were having the issues with Champions at on the north side.
President Jackson, just for clarity, that was for the ACES program,
Was that
not
ACES?
for Champ. Yeah.
Okay, I apologize.
I went to
I don't want to throw the
I went to a
person under the bus.
Stonegate meeting where they had champions and they were very happy. And so
Okay.
I certainly hear your concerns.
Yeah. Vice President Posadi, go ahead.
Yeah, I will say this: the YMCA was not without hiccups this year as well. For some reason, this year for our after-school care had some bumps. I was fielding a number of calls, and actually, since my kid goes to the YMCA, I'm like, I was there. I was getting parents kind of pulling me aside and say, "Hey, we've got some complaints here." And so they were not without hiccups, but they weren't shutting down, right? I mean, that's a whole different ballgame. We can work out the hiccups, but shutting down entirely mid-year and leaving us high and dry, that was something else entirely. And that's kind of that to me is like bad faith, right? It's bad faith bargaining, Yeah.
President Jackson, may I add something to this?
Of course.
Thank you. I definitely heard the comments and definitely agree with everything that all of you have said regarding champions. Having been in the Department of Ed Services and supervising an area that we actually had to deal with fixing those issues, I totally sympathize because that was an enormous amount of stress in trying to relieve what we needed to do for those families. And so I totally understand that our concern about working with champions. I will say though, we did put them on this board agenda mainly because our parents at Stonegate have formed relationships with them. And ultimately, that's what we're trying to do, is do the best thing for them. And hopefully we can do a better job with champions. But the families there have bonded with them. The program seems to be working there. And ultimately, that's why we made the decision to move forward at this moment, given that there's a lot of uncertainty that already exists. We certainly wanted to have some consistency where we could, and that's why we have them on the agenda. But I definitely agree and understand every one of your concerns, and I personally had to live through some of them during the last couple of months.
Right. Yeah, well, I appreciate that, and like I said, I just wanted to be certain that the issues that have presented itself have been addressed. Whichever way they needed to be addressed with them. But I did have and I kind of had a little bit of a concern without knowing that, I had a concern with extending the contract to a company that just kind of left half of a good portion of our schools without a place to go in the middle of the school year. So, okay, all right. Well, if there's nothing further on that, since I did pull it from the agenda, do we have a motion to approve the champion proposal for providing after-school care for 2020 through 2025?
2020 to 2025 years?
That's what it says on the agenda. The
3 years,
proposal is
2020 through 2025.
25. Yes. Yeah, it's a
That is 5-year deal.
For both champions and YMCA. They're both the same.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's correct. I think that's 2021, by the way.
I mean, I was in remedial math, but I'm pretty sure I can tell the difference between a 1 and a 5.
Okay, sorry, you're probably right. Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry. For clarity, how many years is it? How many years
Yeah,
is it?
It's on the agenda, on the consent agenda. It is listed as approval for Champions proposal for providing before and after school care for 2020 through 2025. It says the same thing for the YMCA one on the consent agenda as well, for providing after school care for 2020 through 2025.
Stan, can maybe you clarify?
Yeah, my understanding was the YMCA was for 5, but Champions was for 1. So I'm trying to clarify that.
Well, then let's get that clarified then before we vote on this bad boy then. Because like I said, on the consent agenda, it's listed both the YMCA and Champions dates are exactly the same. Which was another red flag. I'm like, wow, after everything that went down, we're going to approve it for 5 years.
So Champions is for 1 year and YMCA is for 5?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Okay.
I'm looking at the contract.
Yeah, I already passed it because I had a bunch of resolutions to read. I don't think any of them are as long as the one that Jackie read, though.
War and Peace.
Yeah. Where is that at? 56. That's right here.
I have the contract, President Jackson. On the number 2, on the term, it says 2020 to May 28th, 2025 for the YMCA.
Okay. Oh, for YMCA, okay. Yeah, but that's right. That's what's on the consent agenda. We're looking for the one for Champions, though. The Champions one.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
Champions.
July 30th, 2021.
Yes, Schedule A, it says July 30th, 2021. Only 1 year.
Yeah, it's 1 year.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I don't know if we need to make that change or not on the agenda or not. But like I said, on the consent agenda, it's listed as the same as YMCA. That's a 5-year contract.
Board of Trustees, if I may make a recommendation.
Yeah.
I would recommend we table this particular item. It's inaccurate, and I would not advise the board to vote on an inaccurate agenda item that the public could have made comments on.
Okay.
I agree.
I would agree with that as well.
Okay, I'll rescind my motion.
Okay. Do we need a motion to table it or no?
You pulled it.
Yeah, okay. No, I don't think so. It's already been pulled from consent agenda, so we can just table it. We'll just table it to the next meeting or until we can get it recorded properly.
On the 25th.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, the contract is right. The contract is right, but the listing on the agenda is wrong.
Correct.
Right.
That's correct. And I would not recommend the board to vote on that. It's too big of a revision to the agenda that the public could have made comments upon.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, with that, since we've addressed our 2 pulled items from the consent agenda, do we have a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda with the omission of N6 being tabled?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
So moved by Trustee Aquila, seconded by Vice President Pizzati.
Woe is me, Sarah.
Or Sarah.
That was you? You
Yeah.
just like Laura. My bad.
That's
All right.
okay.
Okay. So let's go ahead and we'll start with Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong. She didn't kick off.
She said
her internet's spotty.
Gotcha. Okay.
Aye. I'm going to assume this is on consent and it's an aye.
Yes. Trustee Aquila.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzati. That's you right there. That guy. You.
Unmute. Aye.
Okay. And I also vote aye. So tonight's consent agenda is approved with the N6 being tabled to the next meeting. Action items. There are no action items this evening, but we do have some board governance. Approval and recognition of resolution 1920-18, Asian Pacific Heritage Month. Let me, doggone it, you guys made I moved my doggone thing and I lost it. Let me find it again. Let me pull up the resolution. Hold on. Sorry. Okay. Our resolution. Actually, yeah, this is right. Whereas the state of California is home to over 600,000 Okay. So whereas the state of California is home to over 600,000 Asian and Pacific Islander students from kindergarten through grade 12, whereas the diversity of these groups include Bengali, Burmese, Cambodian, Chinese, Filipino, Hmong, Indonesian, Japanese, Korean, Lao, Malayan, Okinawan, Pakistani, Thai, Vietnamese, Samoan, Asian Indian, and others, whereas we acknowledge the historical and cultural contributions of Asian and Pacific Island Americans in the development of the state of California, and whereas many Asian Pacific Americans have experienced the injustices of exclusionary acts, denial of citizenship and land ownership, as well as an itinerant and relocation camps, and whereas the acknowledgement that we acknowledge these Americans for their contributions to government, industry, and commerce, agricultural science, literature, and the arts, and therefore be it resolved by the governing board of Washington Unified School District that May 2020 is designated as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, and that all educational sites be encouraged to recognize the contribution of Asian Pacific Americans through our curriculum. And be it further resolved that this resolution be distributed to every school in the district. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved by Trustee Akala. Do we have a second?
Hi, second.
Okay. Was that you, Trustee Wong?
That was. I'm trying to fix my internet, but
That's okay. All right, seconded by Trustee Wong. Roll call vote. Vice President Pizzati?
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Akala?
Aye.
Trustee Wong?
aye.
And I also vote aye. Motion is passed unanimously. P2.
You want me to read that?
Sure, if you'd like to.
Sure. Let's see.
Approval and recognition of Resolution 1920-19, LGBTQ Pride Month, June 2020.
Whereas the core values of the Washington Unified School District include providing a safe, peaceful, and healthy environment for all students and staff, and supporting collaboration with diverse communities and families. And whereas Washington Unified District celebrates the accomplishments of LGBTQ plus people and works to create a respectful, caring, and inclusive culture for all within the school district and community. And whereas lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ plus Pride Month is currently celebrated each year in the month of June. And as the school year ends, June is a time of reflection, celebration, acceptance, and love. Pride celebrations are rooted in the long history of minority groups who have struggled for decades to overcome prejudice and be accepted for who they are. Whereas Pride Month honors the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in Manhattan and celebrates the many contributions of the LGBTQ plus individuals, respecting the talent, creativity, and positive impact to our communities. Therefore, Washington Unified School District proclaims the month of June 2020 to be LGBTQ plus Pride Month, and will honor and highlight the identities and contributions of Washington Unified LGBTQ plus students, staff, and families. Pride Month will provide an opportunity to combat bullying, harassment, and discrimination based on real or perceived sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. By recognizing Pride Month, the district supports other policies, practices, and curricula that honor and respect LGBTQ plus students, staff, and their families. Passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on this 11th day of June 2020 by the following vote.
I move to adopt.
I second. Are you
President
still
Jackson, you're on mute.
Are you still on mute, President Jackson?
I am. Thank you. I didn't realize that either myself. So, thank you. Move to adopt by Trustee Wong, seconded by Vice President Pizzotti. Roll call vote, obviously. Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion is, or the resolution is approved, again, unanimously. Is there anyone who would like to read the Child Abuse Prevention Month resolution?
I can read it for you. It's a long day and I should probably wear glasses, but I can do it.
That's okay. I'm wearing mine.
Okay.
I get my bifocals in a week.
Try reading that other facilities resolution with old eyes.
Yeah, really.
Okay, unless Jackie wants to read it, I will read it.
Apologies, my internet is not stable, so please go ahead, Clerk Gonzalez.
Okay, so this is a Child Abuse Prevention Month, resolution number 1920-20. Whereas child abuse and neglect continue to pose serious threats to our nation's children, and whereas adverse childhood experiences such as physical, emotional, and sexual child abuse, neglect, and parental stress or illness can have short and long-term outcomes, including the multitude of health and social problems, and effective early intervention and prevention efforts are less costly than trying to fix the adverse effects on childhood maltreatment, both in human and financial terms. And whereas the Yolo County Health and Human Services Agency, CWS, received 2,549 reports of suspected child abuse and or neglect in 2018, of which 558 children were found to be victims of abuse or neglect. Whereas preventing child abuse and neglect is a community issue, and we all have a responsibility to nurture and protect our children and help ensure they become healthy and productive adults. Whereas the Child Abuse Prevention Council of Yolo County, a Yolo County Children's Alliance program, coordinates the community's efforts to prevent and respond to child abuse and neglect. It has members from Communicare, Empower Yolo, First Five Yolo, the Multidisciplinary Interview Center, Yolo County Court-Appointed Special Advocates, Yolo County Health and Human Services, and Yolo County Office of Education, Yolo County Probation, and a community partner. And whereas the Child Abuse Prevention Council of Yolo County, a YCCA program, coordinates the community's efforts to prevent and respond to child abuse and neglect, and has members from CWS, the Criminal Justice System, Prevention and Treatment Services, and the larger community. And whereas in Yolo County, over 20 agencies and community organizations are collaborating in their efforts to prevent child abuse and neglect through the YCCA Yolo Family Strengthening Networks. And whereas providing community-based prevention services can strengthen families and reduce the likelihood of child abuse and neglect. YCCA family strengthening programs include evidence-based home visiting, family resource centers, safety net services, parenting classes and education, developmental screenings, subsidized childcare, and VITA, and bring money back into the hands of families. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Washington Unified School District hereby declares the month of April 2020 to be Child Abuse Prevention Month in Yolo County. Passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on this 11th day of June 2020.
I move to
Thank you
adopt.
for that. Move to adopt by Trustee Wong.
I'll second.
Second by Vice President Pizzotti. Okay. Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
I too vote aye. This and that resolution is passed unanimously. Fantastic. Okay. Board and superintendent comments. Superintendent Luna.
Thank you, President Jackson, Board of Trustees. I just have a few comments. First, I want to begin by congratulating Chief Business Official Chris Mount Benitez for his new appointment to the Burlingame School District as the newly appointed superintendent. This evening, the board accepted his resignation, and we will miss him greatly. And we are beyond words grateful to the work that he has done for the fiscal health of our district. Secondly, I'd like to thank our parents for all the feedback and the responses received this evening, in addition to all the other thousands of survey results that our parents have inputted, and we look forward to hearing more as we move forward. Thirdly, I'd also like to give a shout out to the 80 teachers and administrators for all their work this week. Tomorrow, they will be ending all of their 5 days in reviewing the standards alignment, working very hard on the levels of rigor and relevance for a virtual component in all of their rigorous curriculum design. So I want to give a shout out to our teachers and administrators. Lastly, I just want to remind the board that tomorrow is a very special day for our district. Tomorrow morning, our high school students will be doing a diploma pickup drive up, starting at 8 o'clock over at River City High School and 9 o'clock for Yolo High School. And so we're looking forward to seeing the students' faces for the last time in person. But then in the evening, want to make sure that everybody has their link to the 5:30 pre-event show of the virtual graduation that will officially start the ceremony at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Trustee Alcala.
I also want to congratulate Chris, and I know everyone's going to miss him. He has been such an important part of our district. So Chris, if you hear us, thank you so much for everything you've done for WSD. Also looking forward to spending some time tomorrow at the graduation with my fellow trustees. I wanted to mention something. You know, we've been seeing on TV so many young people out marching and protesting over the death of George Floyd. And this has been so long in coming. I mean, it's finally time that people are addressing things that are uncomfortable, such as racism in this country. We see so many reforms being promised and actually occurring, you know, as we watch every night. Everything from doing away with chokeholds to even dismantling police departments. I mean, everyone is trying to address this issue. There are a lot of things such as the African American caucus is trying to do. They're trying to do away with qualified immunity, which is pretty much protected abuse of police, and that's the whole thing. We have so many good police officers, but those bad apples, you know, have just caused so much pain for so many families out there. I mean, in California, we have a very high rate of Latinos who make up 50% of deaths in police killings here. And it is African American and Latinos. It worries us because we see how the racism is just not with police departments. We've seen many times how it's so ingrained, in American fabric. We at one time had issues with the number of African American and Latino youth in our own schools who had very high detention, rates. And I'm just very proud of our district for coming out way before this all started and addressing the concerns that we had in terms of, institutionalized racism. It's really important that ethnic studies, which we have in our district as an elective, become something that is mandatory, not just in our high schools and in colleges, but I think it's something that we need to start teaching our children from a very early age. One of the things schools could probably do is the type of textbooks. I know there are a lot of wonderful textbooks out there that celebrate diversity and stories, of different cultures. I think that's something that we could do in a very proactive way in our own district. Having combined that type of curriculum. So I'll keep it short. I know it's late, but I just wanted to weigh in on that, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Wong.
I apologize if I cut out. So I'll just keep it short. I just want to congratulate Chris on his appointment to Burlingame. We are. I feel a little bit deceived since he kept saying we will do a 45-day revise, and knowing that he won't be here, but really know that he will serve my nephew and niece, who are Burlingame students, very well. I'm really sad to lose you, but excited about what you can do for them in Burlingame. I also want to acknowledge all of the hard work of all of our staff in closing out this school year. We really could not have done it without you. I know there were lots of bumps in the road and lots of questions, so really just grateful for you all hanging in there and doing your best, the best that you could, and in terms of crisis teaching, and to the parents and to the students. I know that we say that every single week. I unfortunately will not be there tomorrow at diploma pickup. I am still out of town, so I apologize for not being there, but looking forward to the virtual graduations. So congratulations to our class of 2020 and all of the various promotions from kinder to first, 5th through 6th, 8th grade to high school. I know it was very challenging, and really proud of our entire community, and excited to see what will be in your near future. That's it.
Thank you for that, Trustee Wong. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Okay, thank you to everyone for their comments. I want to add to those and just really thank Chris Mount Benitez for all that he has done. We are in a better place in our district because of his work, and we have been fortunate to have him, and Burlingame will be very lucky to get you. So it's bittersweet. Thank you very much, though, for the work that you've done and where we are. We were looking forward to a nice big party when we first thought that, we were going to be in a great place earlier in this year, and but we're going to weather this storm much easier because of the work that's been done. And then also a congratulations and welcome back to Jacob Guyvette, and congratulations to Principal Rob Patterson as well, and Amar Nalik and the others that we are welcoming back. It's kind of anticlimactic as we're in these virtual meetings, and so I do hope that something can be shared out on our social media as well about these moves and celebrations. And looking forward to honoring our graduates and the class of 2020. What a incredible year with a lot of challenges, and they really rose to the occasion. And so I'm looking forward to that. And with that, I have no other comments.
Thank you for that. Vice President Pizzati.
Yeah, I did want to join in echoing the comments of my fellow trustees and say congratulations, Chris. It's well deserved. You did a tremendous job, putting us in the position we're in, getting the facilities master plan together, helping us with a potential bond and getting us in a position where we can be relatively financially stable. So, thank you so much for that. You helped us make some really tough decisions, and we really do appreciate your candor. And I fully believe you will be an outstanding CBO or superintendent. Whoops. Burlingame. So congratulations to you again on that. You'll be sorely missed. I also wanted to congratulate Principal Rab Patterson and Principal Gaivet and then Principal Saka, and just say congratulations and welcome aboard. You now have very big, you have a very big charge ahead of you in trying to get distance learning put together, or a hybrid model put together on some campuses that are going to stretch your capabilities and creativity to the limit. So good luck to you, and we really know that you're rock stars, and that's how you got to where you are. And we really want to thank you for all your hard work and dedication, or at least I would like to thank you for that. I can't imagine what it's like. I'm not in the education field. I can't imagine what it's like and the challenges that a principal must go through on a daily basis, but we're so lucky to have you guys in our leadership team. And finally, I can't wait to see all my fellow trustees, minus Trustee Wong, who will be elsewhere tomorrow at the graduation drive-by. I guess that's what it's called, to pick up the diplomas and the yearbooks for our seniors. It was, I miss seeing all of you guys actually in person, but it's going to be great to see our kids again. It's absolutely going to be great to see their faces. We definitely miss that interpersonal touch where we actually see the people that we represent. So with that, I think I'm done.
All right. Thank you for that, Vice President Pizzati. I'll again, just to echo the expressions of everyone else, very much congratulations to you, Chris. It's honestly, when you've seen how other people in your position operate, I have to admit, it was very much, and it has been very much refreshing for me to see someone in the position that you hold to work that position with as much honor and integrity and honesty as you did. And honestly, I have to admit, it kind of has inspired me to say, I wonder if I could do that. I don't know. But there's no doubt in my mind that you're going to be an absolutely fantastic superintendent. They are extremely lucky to have you. I seriously, I cannot tell you how much I really appreciate the way you do budgets, the way you do projections, the way you kind of just lay everything on the line, and not really trying to sugarcoat it, not necessarily not bending to try and give the board what it is that you think that they want, and not giving the superintendent what you think that she wants. You just, hey, this is the way that it is, which is the way that it should be. And I tell you, I very, 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 very much appreciate that. And you're going to be, you're going truly, you're going to be very, very, very much, you're going to be messed around here. Because again, I can honestly say, I know for a fact that we wouldn't be in the type of position that we're in right now financially if it wasn't for you. So thank you very much for that. And very much success in your new role. It goes without saying they're lucky to have you. So the best to you, and you never want to. I don't want to look down on someone else's success, but it's a loss for us, but it's a huge gain for them. So thank you for everything that you've done. And not only that, I'd like to also extend my congratulations to all the new appointees, including Ruth, in her new role that she will be taking on. And I was very, very sad to see that Mr. Felix was on our list of people who are also leaving the district. I know my daughters are going to be I have not told them yet, but I know they are going to be extremely disappointed when they find out that Mr. Felix will not be at Bridgeway again next year. And so much would like to wish him success wherever his next journey has taken him as well. That man had a golden touch when it comes to those kids at Bridgeway, and I know the kids they'll be sad to see that he's not going to be there next year. So it's unfortunate that we have so many people that are moving on to bigger and better things, but I'm very happy for all of you guys. Very happy for all the new appointees, the new principals, for the principal Rap Patterson, for her move over to Stonegate. I know the people at Riverbank are very, very disappointed. I would be too. I know Bridgeway was disappointed when they didn't get her as a principal last year. But we got a fantastic principal in Dr. Mafico. So there's plenty of love to go around. There's love to share. A lot of success. And the great thing is that we'll still be able to learn from each other and grow from each other and being able to build the district in that fashion. So with that, I don't want to be long because I know we're already over. But again, I want to thank everyone for the work that they've done in preparing everything for tonight's meeting. I know there's still a lot of heavy lifting that needs to be done. I know the community is getting uneasy without having a concrete plan in place as far as how we're going to move forward. But I really would like to encourage the district and making sure that all of our stakeholders have a place at the table, because I think they can all provide us with things that we may or may not be seeing, because it's a situation that none of us have ever gone through before, and so I think the more heads we have that we can put together, the better off and the best situation that we can make for all of our kids. And like I said, this is an opportunity. I really do think I look at this really as an opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to reinvent education in a way that we probably will never get again in our lifetime. So let's take advantage of it, and let's try to make things as best as we possibly can, thinking outside the box, coming up with new and creative ways to make things better. And I think the more people we have involved in that, the better. It's not to me, abdicating leadership is not a sign of weakness. That's the greatest sign of strength, in my opinion, is when you have leadership who's willing to give away their power, give away their authority, knowing that, hey, you know what? There's only so much I can offer. I think that's the best sign of leadership. That's the best sign, the greatest sign of a leader who's willing to give that away and allow other people to step into those roles. So with that, I would like to thank everyone for the meeting tonight. There was a lot of great input. Again, thank you to the parents and the community members who came and spoke, who wrote in. Your input is very much valued. Your input is very much appreciated. And please do not stop communicating with us. We are here to represent you guys. And the only way we can make this district the best we can is if we all work together. So thank you for that. All right. With that, do we have future board agenda items? Oop, glasses. R1, policy updates. Policy updates, dress code to be determined. R2, moms demand action, presentation requested, still to be determined. R3, board governance and norms review to be determined. R4, 2x2 meeting with the city regarding childcare. That's not the one that we have scheduled for next week, right? Okay.
President Jackson, you're on the
No,
county
it's July.
2x2. This is the West Sacramento City 2x2.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
I knew
ours
it
scheduled for July
was a
7th.
2x2. I just couldn't remember which one was coming up. Okay. Are there any future
So your
board
job is
agenda
to
items?
talk about public health and when those guidelines will come out for us.
Yeah,
Before
we'll knock it out. Don't worry about it. We're gonna get it handled. It's gonna be all good. Are there any other future board agenda items?
President Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may offer a future agenda for the board per two trustee requests, you as the president. Nicole Anderson, who facilitated a board discussion and the work of equity. I have a meeting set up with Nicole and am requesting for her to come back to facilitate a more open discussion with the board and other interested community members to discuss the emotions and the experiences and how to come together and unify as a community to stand up against the racism and social injustices that we are seeing all around us at this time. And so I just wanted to put that on the board's radar. And upon her schedule, I'm looking probably this summer, the board will be able to have a little bit of an open forum with discussion with community.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, President Luna, for doing that. This was the conversation that we were in, and I appreciate that you getting in touch with Nicole. That's awesome.
Yeah, I think in some ways, I wonder if it wouldn't be a bad idea if we invited city leadership to kind of embark in that conversation as well. Because I think there's some things that that can be addressed on both sides from the city perspective, as far as, and also from the school board perspective as well.
Maybe an item for 2x2.
Yeah, either an item 2x2 or almost like our own little town hall type deal. I don't know.
Yeah.
Trustee Wong?
We can make that an agenda item on the 2x2 to invite them to the discussion, because I think that's happening sooner than when we plan to have that discussion with Nicole.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
that'd be good. That would be fantastic. Okay. So thank you for that, Superintendent Luna. Are there any other additional future board agenda items? I do have one. I know this was one that we were kind of working towards earlier in the year, and things may have gotten lost, but an update on where we are in process for inclusion, and how are we thinking that may look moving forward. I know there was plans on having some things implemented at other schools for next year before the world went to Hades in a handbasket. But that would be something as well. I don't want to let those kids get left behind as we are trying to figure things out. So, and how we're going to plan to move on forward with our inclusion and inclusive practices as we are moving forward with everything as well. That would be my only other one.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Fantastic. Do I have a motion to adjourn this lovely meeting?
So moved.
So moved by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Trustee Wong. Do a little vote. Trustee Alcala.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
I also vote aye. Meeting is adjourned. Real quick, what are we wearing tomorrow?
Oh.
Does that need to be recorded?
No, I said the meeting was adjourned.